Thank you. Bye. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the July 2nd, 2020 City Council meeting. Thank you all for being here. And I think most of council shares, I hope all of council shares with me the disappointment not to be meeting in person, but for health reasons, I think it's best that we continue to meet virtually and carry on the business of the city, and excited for the level of participation with our community members and with the items on the agenda for this evening. We have a good crowd, so to speak. Thank you all for being here. First item of business, I would ask you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all.
Thank you all very much. Next item is consideration of the agenda. I'd like to, I'll call the city manager to see, I think I have two things to add. One under proclamations from Mr. Ziegler, one under presentations, a COVID update by staff. And I think that's all. Jim, were there any others?
No, sir. I think that was all.
Terrific. Unless there are any objections, we will let the agenda stand with those additions. Hearing no objections and no other requests for additional items or changes, we'll step right into the proclamation. I call on Mr. Ziegler.
Thanks, Mayor Friedman. You know, this is not, it is not a proclamation. This is not meant to be formal in any means. But 2 weeks ago, we had a long meeting and then we went into closed session. And when we came out of the closed session, I asked the city manager, I reflected on the last few weeks in Lexington in the national conversation. I asked the city manager, I said, hey, Jim, would you pass on a message to Lexington police? And I said, you know, there's a national conversation, a very important conversation. And in Lexington, I said, I would just love for our police department to know that I personally appreciate them. And this was, of course, on the heels of so much that's going on throughout our nation, but also on the heels of Lexington hosting 3 or 4 very peaceful but meaningful protests. And I just felt like, you know, when it's your profession and you try to do a good job, and if your profession is being looked down upon potentially nationally, I just asked Jim to pass that on to Chief Riley. And then he said he would. And then Chuck Smith offered to say, and the same goes for the Rockbridge County Sheriff's Office, because they support Lexington police in so many things. And so I'm not going to go on and on, but in these trying times, ultimately, we're fortunate to live in a safe community. And whether it's in Buena Vista, Glasgow, or the Virginia State Police, or the Sheriff, or Lexington PD, I just felt like it was important to acknowledge my appreciation and professionalism of our police department. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, David. For those who are Zooming in with us, we would ask that you be sure to mute your line unless you are speaking, so we can ensure that we can hear all the folks that are speaking as they're presenting. Thank you, David. Next, I'd like to call on Jim, City Manager Jim Hallis, for an update on COVID. This is precipitated by a few emails and correspondence that I've received personally or individually from citizens that are concerned about the next wave, concerned about students returning to the campuses, and the coordination and the efforts to ensure that we do that safely. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you indicated, there are many of us who are concerned about COVID and what is coming in the future. Many of us don't know. In fact, most of us don't know what's going to come in the future. However, I wanted to sort of reinforce something I heard on a recent story on WDBJ, and they interviewed Dr. Noelle Bissell, who's the director of the New River Health District. And when she was asked, should we be afraid of COVID? She said, no, we should respect it and treat it seriously. We all accept the risk of driving and swimming. It results in deaths from drowning and accidents every year. And yet we undertake those activities and we know there is a risk, but we are cautious. We use good judgment. And we go about these activities in our daily lives. She noted that we have to have the same balance with COVID. It's something we're living with today, and we have to observe some respect for it and take precautions, but we can go about our daily lives, and we don't have to be scared or overly concerned about it. Of course, she said the thing we can do the best is to wear a mask at all times. I say all times, but we don't have to wear those outdoors. She stressed that. And she also said when you're in your private office, of course, just as I am right now, you don't have to wear a mask. If you've got plenty of social distancing space, you don't have to wear a mask. But when you're in crowded quarters with people around you shopping or at a meeting or other place, eating dinner, you should be wearing a mask. And we do this because we're trying to protect ourselves and others and reduce the risk of COVID being contracted by those we care about, family, friends, and coworkers. And the other thing we accomplish when we wear the mask is we allow the country to reopen, because we cannot go on the way we are going on today. We have to go on with our normal lives as best as we can, making some adjustments. And the other thing she noted is that as these adjustments occur and as we live with COVID, it will go up and down. Cases will sometimes increase or diminish because we do not have immunity. And until we have a vaccine, we're not going to see a change in the natural effects of how COVID may affect our population and infect us. And we have to expect that, and we should not be alarmed by it. Now, the one thing I've heard several times I wanted to note, not in the interview with Dr. Bissell, but I have heard from a number of professionals in the health field that there is some optimism that by the first of the year, we will see an effective human vaccine available to us. Now, that's not something Jim Hallis knows about directly, but again, I've talked to health officials at a number of occasions, and they say it's looking very positive. So that's something we can look forward to. I'd like to now ask Fire Chief Ty to present some other information for us, please. I think Ty's on the line, aren't you, Ty?
Yes, everybody hear me all right? Thanks very much for this opportunity. I'm going to cover some things that are known to the Emergency Management Task Force in the last few weeks. First off is that the task force released another updated press release today that provides some updated information on available resources across the whole gamut of things related to COVID. My bet is Janie's probably already got it on the city's website. If not, she'll have it done shortly. And that press release plus the other stuff that she keeps on there is a great resource for you. The Emergency Management Task Force staff has assisted, as of last week, with about 650 COVID-19 tests regionally at 5 varied locations geographically all within Rockbridge County, Lexington, and Buena Vista, with less than 1% positive cases of all those test sites. Another thing is that we've noticed a lower demand for testing from the community than we had available at all 5 of those test sites. I'm very pleased to report that testing capacity is at the highest it has been since the onset of the virus, and the turnaround time for results is the quickest it has been. Even more testing capacity here in Rockbridge region is coming online soon at the health center and probably at some other places, we hope, but we know for sure at the health center. You can look in the Gazette this week, and they're trying to hire 2 positions to make that happen. I talked about the testing and the contact tracing because that's the contact tracing is the most robust since the onset. And those 2 things are key to finding spikes, rising cases, and preventing those outbreaks. You can now isolate something before it becomes a hot spot in the past where there just wasn't adequate testing and contact tracing resources. Health officials say that the small spikes we are seeing are both normal and expected as we move phases and are not to be worried about. Another trend or trends is that hospitalizations, severity of illnesses, and the deaths are down as compared to prior months. And Jim stole a little bit of my thunder with that WDBJ article, but I'm going to continue on with my last quote, which was from Dr. Bissell, the New River Health District Director. And she said, quote, "Like a lot of the state, we are trending up," she explained. "If you're going to get herd immunity absent a vaccine, you do need to see some people get infected. You just want to control that," end quote. And I think that that's the thing here. We can't prevent it. We want to control it and manage it, make sure it doesn't overwhelm the hospitals and the other medical care capabilities. Any questions?
Members of council have any questions for Ty or Jim? Hearing none. Ty, thank you for your service to our community and your leadership, and thank you for the words that you share with us this evening. Goes back to best practices to perpetually wash your hands, make sure you have physical distance between you and others. Certainly keep your hands to yourself, as our teachers would tell us. And if necessary or if possible, stay home as much as possible. You are less likely to contract it or spread the disease. Jim.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to mention too that we are closely cooperating with WNL and VMI as they enter into their new year. And they are very carefully watching and setting up programs for how they're going to introduce students back into our community, the safety measures they're taking, and the precautions they're taking to be sure those students do not provide any more risk than we normally would see with our family and our friends and visitors into our community. So I want to reassure people that actually in conversations with some of the leaders at those institutions, they're concerned because they're trying to communicate that the students need to wear a mask at all times. And yet some of us as adults from time to time aren't doing as well. So we all have to take that message seriously. I know that Washington Lee and VMI are doing so.
Thank you, Jim. And as a reminder to that I hope will be carried out through the press and folks listening, is that we do have an emergency management command center set up that is represented by all three jurisdictions and other interested parties, including the universities, working collaboratively to track, practice best practices, and do everything that's possible for the municipalities to keep our communities safe. So we appreciate, again, Ty, you being with us and all the work that you and all the other first responders in our community do.
Thank you very much.
Next item is public hearings, which we do not have this evening. Next would be consideration of minutes. The May 21st, 2020 regular meeting minutes were distributed. Were there any changes or observations on those? Hearing none, unless there's an objection, we will accept those as presented. And I hear no objection. Next item is citizens' remarks and comments. At our last meeting, my apologies to City Council and staff, as well as all the folks that participated. Typically, I read the guidelines for addressing the Lexington City Council, and I neglected to do so last time. We do ask for people to identify themselves. There are some folks that have sent in emails and they do not identify themselves, and it makes it difficult to understand who they are or to follow up with them. And so some of those emails reached out and asked for people to identify themselves, or at least to have a name to go with the email, and they have not responded to do so. So there are a couple of public comments that won't be read tonight because of that. And I'll read the guidelines for addressing Lexington City Council before we first have individuals who are on Zoom that will speak, and then we'll council, as we did in past weeks, read letters that we've received. I would just alert Arden Courtney Collins that you will be on deck after I read this. Although it is requested that prior notification be given to the city manager or mayor by individuals wishing to address the council, public comments are always welcome. I ask that you sign up prior to our meeting, and you will be recognized during the citizens' remarks section of the council's agenda. During this agenda item, I will ask these guidelines be followed. Number one, stand at the podium. Now it's either send your letter in or on Zoom. State your name and address for the clerk to record for the record. Because it is a public meeting, we do request to know how to follow up with you. In our past meeting, folks wanted to share their address with the clerk via email. Again, the ambition is to know who's speaking and how we can follow up with them. So if we have your name and your email address, that number one blank is checked, if you will. Please make your comments to the council as a whole. We ask that you be brief, state your position, and provide facts. Provide written statements and or supporting materials to the clerk for distribution to the council and the city manager. Debate is prohibited. Number 6, speak clearly as we want to hear what you have to say. Typically, council will try to hear everyone who wishes to speak on a subject, and discussion will be limited to 3 minutes if we have an abundance of people. Time cannot be transferred to another speaker. And if you represent a group, you may wish to identify other members of your group who are in attendance. Again, if we were in person, frequently people will have folks stand or something of that nature. I know there's some petitions tonight, and those were sent out ahead of time for council to be aware. I remind us all that meetings of the Lexington City Council are formal proceedings and are recorded on audio tape. So again, please speak clearly and succinctly so that we can have a record of your words to share into the future as we log them into our minutes. With that, unless there are any questions or concerns, we will begin our public comment section. And again, I'll ask Arden Courtney Collins to unmute yourself, and you have the floor.
Awesome, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So hello, my name is Arden Courtney Collins. I'm going to be a junior at RCHS next year, and I've lived in Lexington my entire life. And I would like to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery. I've grown up in Lexington, surrounded by symbols and monuments to the Confederacy. I was born in Stonewall Jackson Hospital. My dad works at Washington and Lee University, and I probably can't count the number of times that I've walked down Lear Jackson Avenue, visited the Maury River, or walked past Stonewall Jackson Cemetery. These names are not meant to remember Confederate history. They're meant to glorify it. The Confederacy and the horrible atrocities it committed should not be normalized, let alone glorified, but that is exactly what the city of Lexington is doing by allowing these tributes to the Confederacy to stand. Changing the name is not hiding or forgetting our history. It's finally addressing it so we can move forward. The Lexington City Council needs to not only change these names, but also work with the Lexington City School Board to change how Black history and Civil War history are taught in our schools. In Lexington City schools, which I've been in my entire life, the history of Black people, as well as other people of color, instead of holding its rightful place as an integral part of our history books, is glazed over and left as an afterthought. I didn't sign up to learn the history of white people written to make white people feel good. I signed up for a history class. The first time I read a book by a Black author for school was in 10th grade. 10th grade, it was Lexington City and Rockbridge County kids are going through their entire public school career not having read a single book by a Black author. That is nonsense. When I was in elementary school, the way the Civil War was taught was fraught with sugarcoating and apologetics. We were taught that the Civil War was the war of Northern aggression that was fought over states' rights until Lincoln made it about slavery with the Emancipation Proclamation, most of which, as I later learned, is wrong on many levels. We spent more time talking about how the Confederacy wasn't as bad as people say than we did actually talking about what the Confederacy did. We also spent a surprisingly long time emphasizing how Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, and other Confederate generals weren't actually that bad. For example, I was told point blank in 5th grade that, quote, Robert E. Lee never owned any slaves. He just owned his wife who owned slaves, which is 1, false, and 2, still super messed up. Nothing can excuse enslaving others for personal economic benefit and subsequently going to war to defend the right to do so. Schools can't teach the golden rule and that racism is bad while they simultaneously exclude Black voices and authors from their curriculums and try to make slavery and racism appear not that bad. Likewise, Lexington City cannot claim to be a diverse and accepting place while while glorifying racists and slave owners. Lexington needs to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Arden, and thank you for joining us and sharing your perspective. Next is McKelvey Courtney Collins, and on deck would be, I believe it's Adama Kamara. McKelvey, if you can unmute yourself, you have the floor.
Hi, hello members of City Council. My name is McKelvey Courtney Collins, and I've lived in Lexington for 18 years. And I believe that renaming Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery is a very necessary step for our city to take. There's no reason why we can't change the name of the cemetery and ensure that we no longer honor those who defended slavery and racism. Many people argue that removing statues and changing the names of landmarks is erasing history and that we cannot learn from history when we remove these structures from our public lands. But I disagree. History is not taught through statues, it is taught through schools, books, and museums. When we erect statues and name public buildings or landmarks, we do not educate our children, but instead we tell them who to revere. When we have names of racist slaveholders decorating our colleges, streets, and cemeteries, we send the wrong message about who we are and who we choose to celebrate as a town. By removing Jackson's name from the cemetery, we are not attempting to erase his names from the town's history, but instead we are attempting to make Lexington a more welcoming place, a place that does not praise the names of men who defended the practice of slavery. But renaming city landmarks cannot be the only action we take. Rather, I believe it is but the first step. I urge you, members of City Council, to work with the Lexington School Board and Regional Tourism Board to make Lexington more inclusive in all aspects, especially education. As someone who attended the Lexington and Rockbridge County schools for my entire K-12 education, I honestly believe that my teachers failed to properly educate me on Black history. I distinctly remember learning in elementary school that the Civil War was fought over states' rights. What my teachers and textbooks failed to mention was that the rights in question was the right to own enslaved people. I was taught that Christopher Columbus was a brave man who sailed the ocean and discovered America. The atrocities that he and other European explorers committed against Native American tribes were more or less an afterthought. In my 4 years of high school, I read 3 books written by Black authors for English class. Only one of them was a mandatory part of the syllabus. I didn't know what the Tulsa race riots were until I was 18. I could go on. I urge the City Council and the school board to update the Lexington City Schools curriculum to include more works by Black authors and teach more Black history, as well as make the existing syllabus, including the units on European colonization and the Civil War, more accurate to the atrocities that Native American and African peoples face at the hands of ruthless colonizers. It is the least we can do for the students of the city. I believe that change starts with us, and I hope that renaming the cemetery is but the first step in enacting real, powerful change. Lexington is a great town, but I believe that we can do better and that we must do better. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, McKelvey. Appreciate you being with us and sharing your perspective, and especially related to education and its critical component to our existence, to be sure. Adama, if you will unmute, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you so much. My name is Adama, and I would like to echo the sentiments to rename the cemetery that is currently named after Stonewall Jackson. So for context, I grew up in this community. I went to Central Elementary School and Wilburn Downing Middle School, and I graduated from RCHS. So the impact that the Lexington community has had on me is undeniable. However, I have found that in the last 4 years of living away from this place, I have been so embarrassed to say that I'm from Lexington, and when I'm asked about it, I'm quick to denounce it and to distance myself. And I find that I stay away for as long as I can, whether it's extending my stay in my dorm or finding jobs as far away as possible, among other things. And I do all of this because while we can all agree that there are so many wonderful things about this place and this community, for me as a Black woman, the bad always outweighs the good. And a major part of that bad are the statues and symbols that uphold the legacy of the Confederacy. And the other part of that are the people who defend it, and also the people who are complicit in its defense, including many of you on this call. To be very clear, Stonewall Jackson, whose name is on the cemetery we're trying to change, was a slave owner and fought for the independence of the South to preserve slavery. Despite the fact that almost every history teacher I had here failed to teach this correctly, slavery was not a moral lapse, and it can't be justified because it was a horrible, prolonged genocide that included the kidnapping and torture of people who looked like me. And it's not just the history that's shameful, it's the way that people are so committed to preserving it in this town. And to be completely honest, this preservation has caused me deep pain, and it has made me question my own safety and my sense of belonging here. Changing the cemetery, and hopefully other structures as well, is not just a political opportunity for optics, as some might think it is a moral obligation to ensure that the Lexington community feels safe. Many of you on this call that I've shared space with and company with have contributed to failing us in the past just by your complicity alone. And I'm asking you to take this very tiny step in reconciling the damage that has been done. For me, I consider this damage at this point to be irreparable, and I will probably spend the rest of my life trying to undo that damage and likely keeping my distance as well. But I'm not standing on the Zoom call for me. I'm sitting here because I truly believe that preventing other Black kids growing up here from feeling the way that I currently do is totally possible, and it's really worth it. And so while I hope it starts with cemeteries, I really hope that it continues with street names and the education system and whatever else needs to be done to undo the systemic wrongs in this town, which there is a petition that thousands of people have co-signed with this effort as well. And I've heard many of you on this call say that you care about Black people and that you care about justice and you care about this community. And from my perspective, it doesn't seem genuine, and it's not really clear to me that you care. So this is your chance to begin to prove it to the people who matter most. That is all.
Thank you, Adama. Thanks for being with us. Next is Oshani Basu. Oshani, if you unmute. And Kelsey Vida is on deck.
Great. Hi, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. It's nice to see a lot of you again. Thanks so much for listening to me tonight. For those of you who I haven't introduced myself to yet, my name is Oshani. I'm 20 years old, and I was born in Lexington, and I grew up in Rockbridge County. I have two things that I want to discuss tonight. First, I just want to quickly talk about the petition I created and submitted to the City Council. I did this to show that there's widespread local support for the removal of Jackson's name from the cemetery. The 310 people who signed this petition, 249 of which are locals, would like to see City Council take a stand regarding this issue. And I personally feel like this should happen tonight. I mean, we already know that the core of Lexington is not the Confederacy. We know that Jackson's name represents slavery and violence. We don't need a committee to tell us these things. This change is a really important first step when it comes to uprooting racism from the Lexington and Rockbridge area, and it has to happen right now. So I'm asking you, vote on this before the meeting tonight is over. Secondly, I just want to address one of the misguided and honestly kind of alarming arguments that I've been hearing a lot recently. It seems like there's a common misconception that Jackson and Lee were these, benevolent but conflicted, kind souls. I think even if you somehow buy the idea that these men truly cared about Black people as their equals, which is an astonishing conclusion to reach, considering that they both literally owned Black people's property. But even if you can somehow buy that, you can't ignore the fact that they willingly led the Confederate Army, knowing what it stood for. In the words of Jefferson Davis himself, the president of the Confederacy, the Confederacy's cornerstone rests around the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. End of quote. So today I want to ask you, and when I say you, I don't just mean the people sitting on this meeting, I mean everyone listening to me right now. Does modern Lexington want to praise this part of its history? And if not, why do we continue to commemorate the men that openly associated themselves with these ideals? Thank you again, that's all.
Thank you, Oshani. I appreciate you being with us and sharing your insights. Kelsey, go right ahead. You have the floor.
Hello, hello, City Council members. Thank you so much for listening. My name is Kelsey Vita. I've grown up in Lexington, spent the vast majority of my life in Lexington, and still consider it to be my home base. And I'm 22 years old. And I would like to echo the sentiments to rename the Stonewall Jackson Cemetery as a first step in making Lexington an actively anti-racist community. I saw in the meeting minutes tonight that it's under consideration to create a committee to further evaluate whether or not to rename the cemetery, rather than commit to renaming it at this meeting tonight. And I'm here tonight to say that I believe this is putting off very necessary change. And we all know tonight, right now, that these Confederate namesakes make Black people in our community feel unsafe and unwelcome. And we know this because Black community members are saying it themselves. They're saying it at these meetings and elsewhere in our community. And to indicate that this needs further deliberation, it invalidates their own work, it invalidates their own presence here and their own experiences as something that can just be debated by us as a predominantly white community. And I know that there are people in our community who are uncomfortable with this change. And because of that, you may be tempted to turn this into a debate where we listen to all perspectives, some of which are going to be from people who uphold Stonewall Jackson as a good man and ignore his explicit support for racism and the subjugation of Black people. And that would be the easy thing to do for us to validate that perspective by creating space for it in a committee setting, and thus putting off this very necessary action and intellectualizing real experienced pain of Black people in our community. So I know that we are not asking you to do what is easy tonight by renaming this, but we're asking you to do what is right and what is anti-racist. And that might not always be what's popular or what's supported by the majority white population of Lexington and of Rockbridge County, but we can't let that slow us down. And we can't let that stop us from fulfilling our obligation as a community to eradicate racism and to be actively anti-racist. And we're cowardly if we're complicit in furthering racism in our community and upholding these statures that we know make Black people in our community feel unsafe. So that's all I have to say. And I hope that we take immediate action tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. I appreciate your charge and clarity in your message. Next speaker is Tinny Sen. Tinny, if you want to unmute and join us, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Can you all hear me? Good evening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Good evening, City Council members and everybody else who's here. I'm here today to explicitly ask you to please vote tonight to change the name of the cemetery. There's been some talk of committees, and committees are places where ideas go to die or be delayed. And I urge you to vote tonight to change the name of the cemetery. And the point I'm going to make, I'm a longtime resident, lived in Lexington for 21 years, gave birth and raised both my daughters here. And during that time, the last 21 years, the town has changed considerably. And we offer a lot of diverse experiences. We have different kinds of restaurants, we have art galleries, there's hiking, there's kayaking, there's boutique stores, bed and breakfasts, and even for a short while, there was Foamhenge. And all of that to say is the City Council should not worry about tourism dollars. The tourism dollars will continue to flow in. Take Jackson's name off the cemetery and take a step toward a racially just community, a community that will then really be inviting to visitors of all backgrounds. And thank you for your attention.
Tinny, thanks for being with us and delivering that message. Next, I'm not sure if Eric Wilson wanted to speak. Eric, if you...
Just here to listen. I just came through that route. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Janie, is there anyone else that may have wanted to address City Council on Zoom that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. I hadn't received any emails asking.
Very good. And help me as I migrate to this virtual world. Folks on Facebook Live, as you're watching and listening to this, Janie is monitoring that and will answer questions. council does not see any of the questions that you're posing or bringing to us in real time. So if you're concerned that we're not hearing you or getting your message, in effect, that is accurate right now because of the way our technology or the way we're holding these meetings. But again, welcome your input, welcome your public comments. And we have, I'm not sure exactly the number, Janie does, and I want to heap praise on Janie for getting all the people that have commented and sent emails into City Council for us to consider are organized, and we're going to begin reading those and rotating amongst council members of the reading of these letters. The first one is from Joey Nolan, and Marilyn Alexander will read that one, and Dennis is on deck. Marilyn, go ahead and unmute yourself. I need all the help I can get.
Got it. Please do not give in to those who wish to destroy American history. My wife and I plan to bring our family to Lexington again this fall. But if the history is gone, then we have no reason to come. Lexington is too beautiful and rich in history to cave to domestic terrorists. Thank you, Joey Nolan.
My name is Ashlyn Mullis, and I am a Lexington native and rising senior at the College of William and Mary. While I have loved growing up in Lexington and feel proud to call this place my home, I believe it is past time to remove all Confederate symbols from the city of Lexington, as well as from W&L and VMI's campuses. The presence of these symbols forces a racist narrative onto the minds of those who live or visit here, whether they welcome it or not. There is a difference between celebrating and remembering history. We must not celebrate slave owners and racial violence in this community any longer. For these reasons, I plead Lexington City Government to remove all Confederate symbols. Thank you, Ashlyn Mullis.
My name is Adriana Blond. I'm a rising senior at Washington Lee University. As a Black woman in this town and on campus, I have struggled with the history, the namesakes, and statues in this town. So often I have heard that steps are being made to alleviate the pain and frustration that people of color experience in Lexington, but words are not enough. Real action is necessary and required. Below are just a couple of examples of things that should be changed or denounced. Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, Jackson Avenue, Lee Avenue, and Stonewall Street. Stonewall Jackson Hospital, Confederate names and statues at Washington Lee and VMI. Furthermore, education reform must happen. There is so much emphasis placed on the history of Lexington and not enough amplification of Black voices. It's hard to feel a sense of belonging when your school is named after Robert E. Lee. Your college or university should uplift you, not make you feel uncomfortable or outcasted for the color of your skin. Thanks, Adriana Bland, Washington Lee University, class of 21.
This is from Kate Hentz. Dear members of Lexington City Council, my name is Kate Hentz. I am 19 years old and have lived in Lexington my whole life. I write to you to express my support for renaming of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery. The cemetery is a very sacred place for our community and the ones that choose to bury their loved ones there, and there is no need for it to be named in honor of one of the most famous Confederate generals. We have governors, Revolutionary War veterans, and World War veterans buried there. Who is to say one is more honorable than the next? Also buried there is my father, who had no tolerance for memorialization of the Confederacy. He always expressed to me that Lexington's part in a war that fought to keep slaves is not something to have pride in, but something to be ashamed of. So I am ashamed. I am ashamed about what this name says about our community's values. I am ashamed when I have to explain to my friends why my father is buried in one of the most significant Stonewall Jackson memorials in the country. I am ashamed that my town upholds what the creators of this memorial wanted. They wanted to symbolize that this public space belongs to white people, and they succeeded. Less than 10% of the citizens buried there are Black. It's crazy that segregation isn't written into law, but it still seems to defy death. If the cemetery's name remains the same, our city remains committed to the values that uphold white supremacy in public spaces, even in those most sacred. Lexington has a lot of work to do to make our community more inclusive and accepting. However, renaming the cemetery will send a strong message and is a great start. Sincerely, Kate Hentz.
Dear members of Lexington City Council, my name is Charlie Haywood. I'm 22 years old and have lived in Lexington for 19 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Cemetery, as well as the removal of Confederate statues and memorials in Lexington. I also urge you to put pressure on the universities in the town to remove their Confederate memorials as well. I think that this is of the utmost importance and believe that the symbols we hold up in our community are very telling of the people we are, and hope to send a message other than the one that glorifies folks who quite literally fought to perpetuate and expand slavery. We can and we must do better to make the people of color in our community more comfortable. They are just as great of members of our community as us white folks are, and they deserve to feel as such.
My letter's from Alex Christensen. My name is Alex Christensen. I am a 1998 Robert E. Lee Honor Scholar graduate of the Washington and Lee University. You may have noticed last year I proposed changing the name of the school to Washington Libertas University, or another good new name moving ahead from past head Robert E. Lee before or by October 2020, the 150th anniversary of renaming for him. I did so widely on campus, as well as in the Roanoke Times and Rockbridge Advocate. Since then, I discovered I am a third cousin generations removed from George Washington, Robert E. Lee, and Stonewall Jackson, as well as a distant cousin of Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses Grant, Harper Lee, and Spike Lee, among others. This is up to W&L, of course, but with everything going on around the country, particularly since the tragic murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, another thought occurred to me, one which I am writing to ask you all to move on as soon as possible. As it is no longer appropriate for Lee Avenue to be named for Robert E. Lee, I believe its name should be changed. My suggestions would be to change it to Elrod Avenue, after former W&L President John Elrod and former Lexington Mayor Mimi Elrod, or Delaney Avenue, or Ted Delaney Avenue, after recently retired W&L Professor of History Ted Delaney. Another suggestion would be Libertas Avenue. If you act fast, you may do best. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Alex Christensen, San Marcos, California.
A letter from Gary Ruley. Hello to all. Thanks for hearing me out. First off, I am strongly opposed to any city name changes or any removal of any statues, period. I speak for my entire family who have lived here for generations. My blessed mother and father, Pat Ruley, Nadine Ruley, my sister Patsy Sue Ruley Olive, and many aunts, uncles, and genuinely my bestest of friends, too many to name, all laid to rest in the Stonewall Jackson Cemetery. I ask you not to do any knee-jerk reactions just because radicals seek all kinds of change. I'm not opposed to change, but this has gotten way out of hand. All you have a chance here to provide insight and leadership. Dig down for common sense. Changing names and ripping down statues and monuments only create an environment of mistrust and chaos. I remember when the council banned flags. I was opposed to that and spoke up about it, only to be kicked to the curb. I knew this was just the beginning. I said at that time, you folks are going to start changing names and putting up your names, and lo and behold, enter W&L. And here it comes, disgracing R.E. Lee tomb, running folks off on Lee Jackson Day, and now a governor who abolishes the holiday. Absurd. I realize that this can be reversed, and it should be. Their idea of diverseness is a joke and hypocritical and ironic and totally divisive. I remember back when we created the historic district and named it Historic Lexington, a huge undertaking led by citizens would have the insight and leadership to do this. Just local folks, who many had just simple lives, but good vision, to enhance tourist traffic and have a clean city with no factories and to generate business with that declaration. Huge changes to downtown, one-way streets, utility poles, etc., all at huge expense. All on the theme of Civil War history, right on the backs of Stonewall Jackson, Robert E. Lee, of which W&L, VMI, and merchants have frankly made millions of dollars over the decades with these historic and iconic names and prominent citizens of Lexington. Countries all over the world that I have visited cherish their local history and display it proudly. The American Civil War is the most studied war in the world. Jackson, a military genius whose tactics are still being used today, that's real history, no fluff, FYI, folks all over the world, many of which are more well-versed and have more knowledge and respect for our local history than even our own school children, and most of our population due to the lack of teaching local history these days. Do you think they're going to tear down all the Roman statues and renaming? It's insane to do this. I conclude that changing names and removing historical statues is counterproductive and just plain wrong. Don't be fooled into walking lockstep with all of this unrest and radical changes. That won't change one thing. Hopefully you folks won't make bad decisions and start backpedaling each other. So I'll leave it at that and respectfully ask that you make no changes to city signs and monuments. I love Civil War history and our local history, as do millions of folks and potential visitors all over the world. I simply ask that you all practice what you preach, fairness and diversity. I await your response. Thanks so much. Kindly regards, Gary Bruley.
This is a letter from Patsy Paxton. I am a citizen of Lexington City and am older. I do not feel safe attending large meetings, but wanted to express how I feel about removal of the statues. I do not feel this is a decision that 5 or 6 council persons should make for the citizens. A more democratic way to handle this would be, in my opinion, to put this issue on the next ballot and let citizens vote on it. Thank you for allowing me to voice my concerns. Patsy Paxton.
This is a letter from Sarah Vasora. To the City of Lexington, Virginia Mayor and City Council. Recently, there has been discussion regarding the name changes to our city cemeteries, parks, and streets. While healthy discussion can always move us forward to be better, there are many unanswered questions regarding these changes. As a 5th-generation Lexingtonian, I have deep emotions regarding these requests. But for the purposes of this letter, I would like to address you as a citizen and retired business executive. My concerns regarding the request come at a time when Lexington is facing increased expenses and currently cannot help out our nonprofits that provide services for our community. The request to change names will have a large impact on our community financially, which affects businesses, tourism, and our residents. I appreciate the difficult decisions our elected city officials face. I hope we can all put our emotions aside and look at the timing and economics these changes would create. With that said, please consider the following, which is the tip of the iceberg our city will have to endure if council moves forward. 1, if council decides to change names of streets, parks, cemeteries, etc., due to the Confederate history of our city, I would like to be informed of the research they will provide to show they are changing all affected streets, parks, and cemeteries. 2, I would like to be informed of the cost for changing all of street, parks, and cemetery signs, tourist literature, websites, stationery, advertising, etc., which will need to be done. 3, I would like to consider the cost to businesses and residents who will have to make multiple corrections to their documents, passports, driver's licenses, websites, stationery, all legal documents, financial institutions, etc., All of these costs have associated fees along with time spent gathering the documents. The city needs to include these costs per person for reimbursement to all citizens in the change areas. 4, I would like for the city to do an impact study on the effects on our tourism, which brings badly needed funds into our community. 5, I would like to be advised of any other name changes they plan. If you are going to change one, I would expect you will change all, such as hotels, hospitals, homes who are named after Confederate soldiers or are slave owners. I would like to be informed, number 6, I would like to be informed of the cost for all the research and timing to get all of these matters completed. These are my initial concerns. Once I discuss this with my attorney, I'm sure there will be many more costs to Lexington. Please consider the financial hardship this will cause our city, not to mention the emotional impact during a time when we were all facing an unknown new normal, financial hardships, and isolation. I realize the country is going through many changes, which is both good and bad. I've always been so proud that the citizens of Lexington have set the bar when it comes to racial issues. When other cities were rioting, we were able to come together and celebrate both Martin Luther King Day and Lee Jackson Day on the same weekend with open and welcoming attitudes. Respectfully, Sarah Vasura.
Next letter is from Mary Peterson. Hello. I'm currently a resident of Lexington. I was born and raised in Virginia. My early years steeped in the myths surrounding slavery and the war between the states, the kindly General Lee, etc., which did instill some pride in me as a young person. Fortunately, I've matured, learned, and understand the ugly truth of those times. I've also seen firsthand the racism that still exists today. Lexington's role in the Confederacy cannot be forgotten, but it does not need to be celebrated and prominently featured throughout the city, especially when our neighbors tell us how hurtful it is. Human beings should care the most about other human beings living today. This is an opportunity for Lexington to evolve, to make changes that embrace all of its rich local culture of the past and present, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I fully support making changes in Lexington so that all community members and visitors feel welcomed and included. That is, after all, the true Southern spirit. Sincerely, Mary C. Peterson.
This is a letter from Mark Reed. Unlike many communities in Virginia and throughout the country, Lexington, Virginia is currently engaged in a civil, albeit heated, debate over the existence of statues, memorials, government-sanctioned designations, and other institutions that memorialize, glorify, or seek to legitimize individuals who played significant roles in the perpetuation of racism centered around our previous culture of slavery. In Lexington, there is a current demand for our city council to remove the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, the statue depicting Stonewall Jackson, and change the name of the cemetery itself. There is also a demand for council to rename many city streets, including those named for Civil War General Stonewall Jackson, Civil War General Robert E. Lee, and several historically significant citizens who owned slaves and perpetuated the institution of human bondage. This particular moment in time is long overdue and can only be addressed through pure and simple change, though we note that changing names and references is not and never will be a solution, but rather a documented step toward moving Lexington residents into a new era where they better able to work toward mutual cultural understanding, which begins with treating each other and each other's viewpoints with dignity and respect. Resigned to the fact that General Jackson's statue is privately owned and permanent, and with the belief that it is impractical, counterproductive, and divisive to change dozens of street names in the name of one housing development, we, the undersigned, petition Lexington City Council to 1, change the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery to Stonewall Jackson Davy Buck Memorial Cemetery, and place a permanent sign at the entrance to the cemetery that tells Davy Buck's story and explains the process that resulted in his name being placed next to the name of Civil War General who fought to keep him in bondage. And 2, change the name of Lee Avenue to Miss Jane Avenue and place a permanent sign at the intersection of Lee and Washington Avenues that tells Miss Jane's story and explains the process that resulted in the renaming of this street, which abuts a college campus named for 2 idolized American slave owners. Mark Reed, Lexington, Virginia.
I have a message from Barbara Tyree, Mayor Friedman, City Manager, and council members. My name is Barbara O'Connor Tyree. I am writing this letter because of the decision to change the name of the cemetery. I have lived here all my life and have seen all of the changes that have taken place. I'm sorry, this is one change I cannot accept. My parents and my family on both sides are buried in Stonewall Jackson Cemetery, not the Lexington Cemetery. I'm sure the decision has been made, but I don't have to like it, and I just wanted to let you know. Thank you, Barbara Tyree.
I have a letter from Mary Harvey Halseth. Dear Mr. Hallis, please disseminate the information below to the mayor and city council and have this read before the council on July 2nd, 2020, so that it will be entered into the official record and minutes of said council. To the mayor and city council, as you enter discussion regarding changes to names on city cemeteries, parks, and streets, I hope you do so with a kind and loving heart toward everyone and strive to arrive at a fair and equitable answer to these issues. As you are probably already aware, in the city of Lexington, there are approximately 12 streets named after Confederate officers, 8 streets named for Confederate soldiers, 21 streets named after slave owners or those that used slave labor. There are hotels, a chapel, homes, a university, businesses, a hospital, a cemetery, and a city park named after Confederate soldiers or slave owners. There are over 320 Confederate soldiers buried at the Stonewall Jackson Cemetery and one at Evergreen Cemetery. There are memorials of all sizes and description on grave sites of slave owners and soldiers. There are people that live here that are descendants of slave owners and descendants of slaves. Some of them claim their heritage, others do not. As you study changing names on streets, please be aware of other localities in Virginia who have studied this and the costs that are incurred by the city to do so. Please make sure all the citizens of Lexington agree with using tax monies to complete the name changes. When you are looking at name changes, in the spirit of a fair and equitable manner of over 31 streets in Lexington, it can run into a large sum of money. And to be fair, if you change one street name, you should change all 31. And if you change the name of a cemetery, you should change the name of the park. Also, please be aware of the costs to the individual families that live on those streets regarding passport changes, license changes, business license changes, legal changes to investments, stationery, business cards, etc. If you pursue these changes to street names, the city should cover the costs incurred for those families that do not agree with the change. Since Virginia code allows for changes to be made with 2/3 of the residents in agreement, the 1/3 that do not agree should not be penalized. Again, do the taxpayers want the city to use funds in this manner? I hope that you would consider if the taxpayer really wants the city to use tax money in this manner, considering the elimination of assistance to nonprofits in Lexington and the reduction of the recycling program, it shows that revenue is down and public monies are tight. Thank you for your time and your effort, Mary Harvey Halseth. She adds a couple notes here following her signature, whether it should be a situation where if we keep statues up like that, we tell the history of that individual so that people will know the whole story, he added. I'm not sure pulling the stones down is the right thing if we now don't get the lessons to understand how we can learn from those things, but we don't repeat those mistakes of the past. You know, they say history, if not studied, will often repeat it. This is from Benjamin Crump, attorney for the family of George Floyd.
We had a phone call from Elizabeth Jacobs, who is not in favor of renaming the cemetery. And Marilyn, Jake's on the line, so I don't know if he wants to speak or not, just so you know.
Jake, would you like to speak, or would you like your letter written, read to the public? Okay. Dear City Council members, my name is Jake McDonald, and I'm a lifelong citizen of Lexington and a voter here. I write to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I believe that change in our community needs to start with how we perceive our town's history in relation to the Confederacy. Our community's cultural heritage collections are filled with historic materials and perspectives from Confederate soldiers. This part of Lexington's history will not be erased if the cemetery's name is changed. In fact, our local museums, historical society, and archives can contextualize their actions without memorialization. Additionally, a stark imbalance exists between the number of roads, streets, and memorials named after Confederate figureheads from Rockbridge County in comparison to named locations honoring local historic Black figures. Why not name the cemetery after the heroic Frank Paget, a local Black man who rescued over 40 citizens in 1854 during a boat wreck at Balcony Falls? Our town has no dearth of important Black figures: John Chavis, Lilburn Downing, Dr. Alfred Pleasance, and the list goes on. Furthermore, I hope that the City Council will consider the way that public names of streets, parks, statues affect lives of educational experience. Students and children are informed by what they see around them. Let's start making progress on how we educate by changing how we celebrate Confederate history. Thanks to you for all of your time, Jake McDonald.
This letter is from Molly McClure. With due respect to the Jackson family and their grave sites, I nonetheless support the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Cemetery for several reasons. Ideologically, the name, like the Confederate flag, is beginning to identify the city with a far-right militaristic approach to everyday life. The Confederacy has become, rightly or wrongly, identified with neo-Nazi movements. A second consideration is that the identity can be distracting or even distressing for many of those visiting the cemetery only to mourn at family graves. Third, as a practical matter, Lexington's tourist economy can no longer afford to market to visitors, especially younger ones, based on that identity. I hope the city will put time and thought into imagining and choosing a new name. Molly McClure, Lexington.
The next letter from Janet Bowler. I wish to speak in strong support of renaming Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. It is well past time to take small, symbolic steps toward telling us a more balanced and inclusive story. Janet Bowler.
This is a letter from Malcolm and Marcia Crosby. Dear members of City Council, we have lived in Rockbridge County for 40 years, and we are writing to express our support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. In the past, we didn't think it was important, but hearing more from Black community members about their experience of living here has changed that. Now is the historical moment to take on changes in how we educate our kids about our history and how we represent ourselves as a tourism destination. So we ask you to work next with Lexington School Board and the Regional Tourism Board to reform how we teach Black history and tell the story of the Confederacy, the Civil War, and the Civil Rights Movement. Sincerely, Malcolm Crosby and Marcia Crosby.
I have a note from Deborah Funkhauser. Dear members of Lexington City Council, I would like to add my voice to others who are asking that you change the name of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I have long held this view, but never before have I thought it would even be considered. It seems the time has come. For background, I grew up in Rockbridge County and currently live in Lexington, just down the street from the cemetery. I frequently walk through saying hello to many of my relatives who are buried there, 2 sets of great-grandparents, one set of grandparents, and numerous great aunts, great uncles, and so on. I don't think any of them would be horrified at the name change. For them, it was simply this local cemetery. Besides, for those who argue against change, I say the name was already changed to Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, and they moved the poor man's body out of his family plot. Times change, fashions change, views and values change, tolerance and intolerance change. If we want to continue to evolve as a community to attract and retain interesting students, employees, retirees, and visitors, we need to position ourselves for a new, much more diverse world. Thomas Stonewall Jackson will still be interred there, and those interested in that fact can surely find him. His grave is pretty hard to miss. I realize that you will be faced with vociferous opposition. Have courage in the fact that you are faced with an important opportunity to move Lexington into a new era. The charm will still be here, but we'll present ourselves as a much more welcoming place to all. Deborah Funkhauser, Lexington.
I have a letter from Ellen Satram. Dear members of the Lexington City Council, I'm writing to encourage you to rename the city cemetery, removing the name of Stonewall Jackson from both the cemetery name and the sign. For more than 150 years after the end of the Civil War, why are we still honoring a general who fought to uphold the brutal institution of slavery? There are so many more positive ways to honor the history and heritage and culture of our community and of the South. I was impressed and moved by the young people who spoke so wisely and passionately at the last city council meeting, all longtime residents of this community. Let's listen to the voices of our future and take a fresh look at our broader history rather than perpetuating harmful, revisionist, lost cause sentiment. With thanks for your consideration, Ellen Satram, 20-year resident of Lexington.
A letter from Chris Gavaler. Pride in the South and its many heritages and traditions is damaged by focusing so exclusively on the 5 years when the Confederacy existed. By renaming so many things after Confederate figures, usually long after the war, the commemorators erased pre-Confederate history. Removing Confederate names ends reductive definitions of the South and widens not only our region's ability to grow, but its fuller history too. The South is not the Confederacy. Lexington is not the Confederacy. Change the names to reflect that fact. Chris Gavaler.
This is a letter from Ron Fuchs. I urge City Council to change the name of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery immediately. It is bizarre that a cemetery where people of many different generations, denominations, and beliefs is named for just one person. Having the cemetery named for someone who is so polarizing is offensive and unwelcoming to members of our own community and to visitors. The world and attitudes toward the Confederacy are changing fast, and Lexington needs to move forward or it will be left behind. Thank you, Ron Fuchs.
Dear members of City Council, my name is Sylvia Sheffield, and at least 5 generations of my ancestors are buried in our family plot at Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, including my beloved grandparents and aunt. I wholeheartedly support the renaming of the cemetery. A cemetery that is named to honor an enslaver, especially one who fought to be able to keep enslaving people, is not welcome to our Black community members, and it is not somewhere that I would want to be buried. Thank you for your time, Sylvia Sheffield.
Dear City Council members, my name is Caroline Connolly. I'm 22 years old and I have lived in Lexington for 21 years. I'm writing to express my support for the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Our town has a rich and complicated history, which is important for us to recognize and study. Yet there is a difference between displaying for study that history in the form of Stonewall Jackson's grave and explicitly memorializing that history with the name Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Memorializing a man who fought against our country in order to keep Black people enslaved sends a hostile message to the people of color in our community. I love growing up in Lexington because of the welcoming attitude of the community. but my peers of color did not feel the same way. We should work to ensure that we present an equally welcoming face to residents and tourists of all skin colors. Our cemetery's name has been changed in the past. It can and should be changed again. I urge you to please vote on this today. Sincerely, Caroline Connolly.
This is from Robert Capito and Robert Clark. Please change the name to a name that welcomes all our citizens to visit. I have no issue with the statue, as that is the man's grave, but the name must change. The time is now. Thanks, Robert Capito and Robert Clark.
I have a note from Nikki Diamond. Dear members of Lexington City Council, my name is Nikki Diamond. I'm 19 years old and I've lived in Rockbridge County for most of my life. I am writing in support of the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Growing up Black in this community has always been a conflict for me because in school I was taught that men like Stonewall Jackson were honorable, and this was validated by the various monuments and symbols honoring him in this community. To me, these symbols have never been about remembering historical figures. I have always seen it as the glorification of people who fought to keep people who looked like me enslaved. I believe that these symbols validate the racism in Rockbridge and Lexington that I and other Black people in this community have experienced. By changing the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, Lexington will be taking the first step to making the place we all call home a more anti-racist community.
I have a note from Elizabeth Hudson. I am a relative newcomer to Lexington. I love the town and am grateful to be warmly welcomed into the community, but still feel duty-bound to respectfully express my full support of renaming the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. In my view, the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery is an homage to the Confederacy. Confederate symbols, in effect, endorse a movement founded on white supremacy and the subjugation of Black people. Regardless of how anyone may feel about Stonewall Jackson, his association with the Confederacy is an inescapable part of his reputation. A memorial is not the responsible way to remember a man who helped lead the fight to keep Black people enslaved and took up arms against his own country. If Lexington continues to applaud the Confederacy, people of color in this community can never be sure they will be treated fairly. And we will never solve our community's problem if an entire group of citizens is alienated or feels targeted for discrimination. It is time to give the cemetery a name that honors compassion, respect, and inclusivity, not racism, subjugation, and division. Lexington and its citizens deserve nothing less. Sincerely, Elizabeth Hudson.
A letter from Molly Trimble Moore. Dear Mayor Friedman, I am writing to ask you to please not change the name of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery. My mother, Catherine Kitty Trimble, who is now 95, was a member of the United Daughters of the Confederacy. Even though our farm is in Rockbridge County, she encouraged my father, Charlie Trimble, to buy plots in Stonewall Jackson Cemetery because of the history associated with it. My two brothers are buried there now, and even though they are still alive, my parents planned ahead and their headstone already stands in the cemetery. Lexington is full of Southern history. To change it would erase Lexington as we know it. Our Southern heritage and history need to be preserved. Many Southern families like mine had nothing to do with slavery, but went to war because Virginia asked them to do so. They served their state as a matter of honor in the traditional sense. Please encourage the City Council to not change the name. Changing the name of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery will never change the history of our nation. I would hate to think of the legal implications for the city because of the families like mine who bought into the cemetery because Stonewall Jackson, a great Southern leader, is buried there. That is the only reason the members of my family wanted to be buried there, as we have never lived in the city. Thank you for any help you can give us with this issue. Sincerely, Molly Trimble Moore.
I have a letter from Michael Mize. Mayor Friedman, I am writing you to oppose the renaming and/or removal of Stonewall Jackson, Robert E. Lee, or any other Confederate statues or names in Lexington. What makes historic Lexington unique is its history. People that visit Lexington come to Lexington to discover and learn about American history. to enjoy the shops, the dining, and the beauty of the area. To change it would be stating to the tourism industry that Lexington so much enjoys. I am a BMI graduate and have both an undergraduate and graduate degree in history. I live in Roanoke and throughout the year enjoy visiting Lexington numerous times, not only to visit VMI, but to enjoy the history, the dining, and the entire experience of Lexington. In my job before retiring, I organized and brought several bus trips to Lexington because the people so love Lexington for its history, shops, and beauty. Please don't let a few people who do not live in Lexington force you to change Lexington. People cannot learn from history if the history is purged. The majority of us enjoy and value Lexington as a historic site and hope that Lexington will continue to be a destination that people will enjoy for unlimited years into the future. Thank you, Michael Mize.
This letter is from Chris Wise. I'm not a city resident, but have heard that comments from non-residents on the issue of renaming the city's Stonewall Jackson Cemetery is possible. Thank you for that opportunity. I grew up in Lexington across Maine from Diamond Hill and have lived in Rockbridge most of my life. Lexington and Rockbridge have a lot of history to be proud of, and history is the story of both good and bad. We can learn from history and make decisions in our personal and public lives that will make the world a better place. I think that the city-owned cemetery's name should be changed. As a public cemetery, it should not also take on the role of a historic site or shrine for one person. He is buried there, but so are others who lived worthwhile lives. My parents are buried there and would heartily approve of removing the name of Jackson from the cemetery. No doubt there are others buried there and those still alive, but will not contact you who would agree. I appreciate and applaud your willingness to tackle this issue and hope that the name will be changed and quickly followed by efforts to deal with the Jackson Monument in the cemetery. I'm personally not a fan of removal of Civil War statuary, especially grave markers, if it can be contextualized so that people can learn from or understand the story of the person memorialized. In some cases, this could possibly include some information that some may see as negative, but sometimes the truth hurts. Chris Wise.
The next letter is from John Mormon. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, let me start by way of a brief introduction. Since the age of 11, I have lived with, played with, and gone to school with, and worked alongside peoples of every ethnicity. As a Scot, I have been discriminated against, and my people were subject to slavery up until 1830. I abhor slavery, still endemic throughout the world, and consider slavery to be an indelible stain on the fabric of America. I don't consider there to be a racist bone in my body, but I suppose other people get to determine that these days. However, revising history, sanitizing history, call it what you will, does not change our history. What we must do is teach our history accurately and put it into context. Slavery in America was not invented by colonial America, and it was not practiced solely in the South. The Emancipation Proclamation did nothing for slaves, both black and white, held in the North, and Lincoln was not an abolitionist. Okay, rant over. As we'd say in Scotland, I take people as I find them. A man's a man for that. In these days where public policy dictated by hurt feelings is now the norm, I suspect the fate of the cemetery name is a foregone conclusion. If the News Gazette is reporting accurately, speakers at a recent city council meeting were made up to a great extent of folks who used to live in Lexington and left for whatever reasons, folks who have never been to Lexington, let alone lived here, and folks who are here for a short period. If that is not the case, I apologize. The opinions of all these people are relevant, but are they as equal or relevant to those who have chosen to live here permanently? Purely as an example, should a person who chooses to come to Lexington to go to school get to decide on long-term policy decisions of whatever nature? I am only asking the question. Coming to Lexington voluntarily or temporarily and then demanding change is akin to buying a house next to an airport and then demanding planes stop flying due to the noise. After all, whose feelings is government allowed to hurt and whose must they defend? George Washington is the hero credited with winning the War of Independence and being the founding father of our country. He was also a slave owner, by some contemporary accounts, brutal at times. Robert E. Lee was a slave owner who freed his slaves prior to leaving Arlington in 1861 after choosing to fight on the side of the Confederacy, not to preserve slavery, but in what he believed to be in defense of the Constitution. And this is after a brilliant career in the U.S. Army. Thomas Jackson was someone who was also considered a hero of the Mexican-American War and who later risked his liberty in establishing a Sunday school for both slave and free African Americans and teaching them to read and write. Should their achievements be written out of the history and all reference to them be erased because they were part of a system which was considered to be not only constitutionally legal, but morally justified at the time? Enlightened minds can, should, and must look back and condemn slavery. But the fact remains that for the first 100 years of its existence, this abominable practice was deemed reasonable, normal, even throughout the entire country. Abolitionists were seen largely to be in the wrong. Lincoln was not an abolitionist. He saw slavery as an institution that was dying on the vine due largely to advances in technology. By contrast, Ulysses S. Grant's family in Illinois owned slaves up until the 13th Amendment was passed. Do we remove them from the history books too? Perhaps the solution is to do what is being done in Britain. Don't change names, demolish statues, or pretend things didn't happen or that they happened outside of what was considered to be normal daily business. As is being done in Britain, rededicate these monuments to our past with placards putting things in a better context. Explain all the great things these men did and acknowledge their places in our history, but do it warts and all. Talk about what is now seen as abhorrent, but what was part of daily life in their lives and times. Be honest, not selective. Above all, don't be politically convenient. In closing, I can quote Michael Blankenship, the 2019 commencement speaker for Liburn Downing Middle School and an author of A History of Fifth Avenue Presbyterian Church, where he is a congregant and where the Reverend Liburn Downing preached for 42 years. He refers to conversations and even squabbles he had with Reverend Downing. Blankenship says, Downing heard numerous stories about Jackson's kindness and care for his African-American students. Jackson even went against the law and taught them some basic reading and writing so they could study the Bible. When Downing was a young boy, he paid his respects to Jackson by visiting his grave. It was at that young age that Downing was resolved to someday erect a monument to the Confederate general so the world would know of the wonderful things Jackson had done for African Americans. So do what you will. In fact, I'm pretty sure you've already decided. Please don't think you are easing hurt feelings from a historical context. The stains of our past will not be so easily erased. Respectfully, John Mormon.
The next letter is from Keith Klein. Dear City Council members, my name is Keith Klein. I am 49 years old and I have lived in Lexington for 15 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I request that council vote at tonight's meeting to change the name of the cemetery. I ask that the council then work with a diverse group of Lexington community members to decide on a new name, ensuring that Black community members are actively included in this process. The current name of our cemetery glorifies a man who was an enslaver and fought for the continuation of slavery. The celebration of such individuals serves to perpetuate racism and white supremacy in our town, and any attempt to defend the cemetery's existing name represents a defense of this racist legacy. I hope that renaming the cemetery will be just the first step in Lexington, reimagining what it means to be a historic town. I ask that you commit to a continuous process of honest engagement with our past to make room for a more equitable future. Sincerely, Keith Klein.
Before I go, just for an update, I calculate that we've read 25 pages of comments and we have 44 pages to go, just so that people that are following along our meeting just have a sense. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. This is a joint letter from Charles Castelny, Christian Worth, Chris Cavaller, James Cook, Gretchen Suko, and Bridget Kelly Deering. We ask our government officials at every level to commit to doing the work needed to combat racism and its effects in our whole community. We acknowledge that changing the names of streets or places named for slaveholders or Confederate figures does not address the root cause of systemic racism and could be perceived as cosmetic change. We also acknowledge that name changes could be an effective part of a larger strategy. We believe such decisions should be based on how they would build our community. They should not be made solely on economics, tourism, or revenue, but with a comprehensive assessment of the figures with a particular focus on racism. We believe that a fair and transparent process does not need to be protracted to be deliberate and should incorporate these guiding principles. Number one, create a space for safe, open, and civil discourse among community members. Number two, use objective criteria for decisions made and apply them consistently in our community. Number three, ensure multiple community perspectives are given equal opportunity to be heard. Four, take meaningful action that makes a positive difference for our Black community members. We also call on our local government and community to go beyond the call to change names and to conduct an honest and thorough examination of where racism, whether systemic, generational, or intentional, negatively affects our community of color. We call upon our community leaders to do the work needed. We make this statement as an extension of our core beliefs as members of the Rockbridge Civil Discourse Society.
I have a note here from Ellen Mayock. As council appropriately considers changing the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, a long overdue and very welcomed action, please also keep in mind how much can be done to increase the care and visibility of Evergreen Cemetery, the primarily Black cemetery where Ancient Jane, a young African-American woman from the 19th century, is now buried. Thank you. And in the letter, she has two links, one from Roanoke Times and another from WMRA that will be posted into the record.
A letter from Susan Dixon. Dear members of City Council, I've lived in Lexington for 12 years and have ancestors buried in the city cemetery. I write in support of renaming the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. As one of the largest green spaces in town where many residents walk daily, the name of the cemetery should be welcoming to all who live in and visit Lexington. At present, the name connotes community reverence for a general of the seceded Confederacy. To me, this name is another constant reminder of how the Confederacy has continued to be celebrated in the South, whitewashing the fact that its cause was slavery and its legacy Jim Crow and continued racial inequality. Rather than continue to commemorate a painful and shameful past, our public places should bring our community together. The cemetery needs a new name. Changing the name of the cemetery can and should be a first step towards honoring our present desire to unite all who live here and visit our town through honest education about our past. It should mark our step in this direction so that current and future generations can examine history without celebrating one side, without glorifying those who fought to preserve a race-based hierarchy. Along with renaming the cemetery, the Lexington City Council can and should work with local schools and the Regional Tourism Board to teach Black history. Lee and Jackson are part of our history, but so are many others who suffered in their shadows. Lexington should not be the destination of tourists stricken with lost cause nostalgia, especially if we do not uplift Black Lexingtonians whose names deserve to be learned as well. For example, there is no reason why the historically Black cemetery should not be a tourist destination. Sincerely, Susan Dixon.
Next is a letter from Caitlin Whitesell. Members of Lexington City Council, my name is Caitlin Whitesell, a Lexington and Rockbridge County resident for 21 years, absent only to study at William and Mary. I wrote 2 weeks ago to address the need to change the name of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, and I write again today to reiterate this need and ask that the city council members vote in favor of renaming the cemetery. I mentioned in my previous email my deep concern about the message sent to Black members of our community and the Black people visiting Lexington when we choose to display and glorify the names of the people who fought for the enslavement of Black Americans and actively enslaved Black people. My concern persists, and I want to reiterate that although renaming this cemetery will not solve the racism that Black people face in Lexington and Rockbridge, it will show solidarity with those harmed and symbolize the city's intolerance for hatred towards our fellow community members and human beings. As an aspiring educator, I hope that one day I can teach my students about the Civil War using exclusively the past tense, with evidence that our communities are fighting against racism perpetuated against Black people, despite our dark past. I don't want to look at the faces of my young Black students and tell them that people still honor and celebrate those who tried to enslave their ancestors due to the color of their skin. Sadly, however, the same racism is still alive today. I believe that by renaming the cemetery, our community can move forward and create a better present where everyone feels welcome and can contribute to making history, not just our embarrassing ancestors who felt that we should enslave Black Americans. We have much work to do, but renaming our cemetery symbolizes the future steps that we plan to take. Thank you for reading my comments again this week. Sincerely, Caitlin Weitzel.
Dear esteemed council members, my name is Everton Charlton Jr. I am 19 years old and have lived in Lexington for 19 years as well. I'm writing today to you all to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I think that voting today would be a crucial step in the right direction for better change in our community. As an African American and someone linked to the cemetery with several members of my family being buried in the cemetery, including both of my late grandparents, I believe that to exalt the name of oppressors or oppressive enablers supporters is detrimental to the image that Lexington wants to portray to the outside world. For Lexington to keep their promise to refute racism, we must understand as a people that the use of these names not only holds meaning to their Black citizens, but to racist bigots who find comfort in the actions of these people. I believe that for Lexington to move forward in history and open a new chapter, we must make these minor changes to bring new light to the city that we all love very dearly. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Dear members of the Lexington City Council, my name is Megan Walker. I am 19 years old and I have lived in Lexington for 20 years. I'm writing to you to express my support for the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Voting to change the name of the cemetery would be ideal today to push for change. This call for change is important to me because as a Black woman who has family ties to Lexington, the name of the cemetery holds negative connotations and the oppression that my people have had to endure during slavery. To keep the name would be damaging to the city of Lexington's reputation. The city of Lexington has a reputation for presenting itself as a city that is inclusive of everyone, regardless of race, gender, sex, and identity. Therefore, it would be counterproductive to keep the name of the cemetery because glorifying people that fought to attempt to keep the institution of slavery in place displays disrespect to not only Black people, but to other people of color that live in Lexington. Also, by keeping the name of the cemetery shows that people care more about names rather than the value of Black lives and what the Black Lives Matter movement stands for. I believe that by Lexington changing the name of the cemetery would not only solidify where the city stands with Black lives, but it would show the city is willing to push for change and reform. Sincerely, Megan Walker.
You're muted, Michelle.
Yep. Sorry. This is from Tamara Duval. Dear members of City Council, my name is Tamara Duval and I have lived at the same Providence Hill address since 1973, a little over 47 years. I'm writing to urge you strongly to change the name of the city's cemetery from Stonewall Jackson Memorial to something less inflammatory, something bland and acceptable to everyone, as most cemeteries are all over the country. My stepchildren's mother is buried there, as is my husband. Eventually, I'll be buried there myself, so I do have skin in the game, as the saying goes. I have no objection to the tomb and the statue remaining where they are. I take visitors, especially the foreign ones, there to show it to them. It's part of Lexington's fraught history. I won't mind if, under the new name, you retain the Jackson's tomb announcement the way it is now. I won't even mind if you add an arrow pointing to it. But the name itself should go. There is no reason whatsoever why the entire cemetery should be defined by a single person buried there, especially when that person is a secessionist and a traitor to the United States of America. Even my husband, Virginia born and bred for generations, didn't like the name. I myself like it even less. I will sleep there much more peacefully if it's not named after Jackson. Changes happen as times change, and our Lexington Cemetery itself is not immune to them. When my husband buried his first wife there in 1971, the cemetery was segregated. Rule number 1 in the Rules and Regulations booklet stated, lots are sold for no other purpose than for the burial of human bodies of the white or Caucasian race. By the time I buried him in 2012, that same part had been changed to, lots are sold for no purpose other than for the burial of human remains without regard to age, sex, race, color, creed, religion, place of residence, and national origin. It is now, in my opinion, time for another change. Respectfully, Tamara Duvall. P.S. I hope that the name change of the city's cemetery will be but the first step. The adulation accorded to traitors, evident also in our street names, needs to go too.
I have a note from Aten Basu. Dear City Council members, voting to rename city-owned properties that celebrate slave owners is a start toward righting old wrongs. I understand these old names evoke pleasant memories, and many good folk do not, therefore, want to change them. Yet these very same names evoke horror in the hearts of other fellow citizens. These names, therefore, cannot represent public spaces that are funded by taxes and fees paid by all our fellow citizens. But it's not just about taxes paying for the public good instead of subsidizing private benefits, robbing Peter to pay Paul. We should change these names because we love our neighbors enough to give up a symbol that stirs some hearts but pains others. Changing these names is not a vote against history, which is better taught in classrooms. You are voting to help build a future that honors the promise of a better union, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Then I exhort you to begin the long haul of work that will include and empower the economically and politically disenfranchised and truly express our love for our neighbors. Loving our neighbors is not always easy, but that love is the soul of our nation. God bless the USA. Aten Basu.
Dear members of City Council, my name is Jessica. I am 19 years old and currently attend school in Lexington. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Keeping the namesake of a slave-owning Confederate general is both unnecessary and harmful to the community. It sends the message that Lexington is focused and rooted in an unfortunate past rather than looking to the future. It is not the only step needed to ensure a safer, more tolerant city for the Black community, but it is a necessary action to get started. It is important for me to know that Lexington welcomes everyone and that the city is willing to put action behind its words. Renaming the cemetery and no longer choosing to glorify a Confederate past is long overdue, but choosing to do so today brings Lexington closer to a better tomorrow. Thank you, Jessica Markley.
A letter from the Worth family. Mayor Friedman and members of City Council, as residents of the City of Lexington, we write in support of renaming Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. We wish to be clear that this should not include disturbing the grave of Stonewall Jackson, nor should he be excluded from future signage that might point visitors to the graves of famous persons interred there. We do not seek to bury history, but to accord it the weight with it which it deserves. We also do not believe that renaming one cemetery is enough. We also call for renaming streets that carry the name of Confederate figures or enslavers. We trust that criteria can be developed without delay to identify streets that should be renamed. We know that this is not all the work to be done either, but now is the time to do it, all of it. The inconvenience and expense associated with the renaming process is truly inconsequential in comparison to the importance of creating a more open and inclusive community. We acknowledge that renaming streets is just a first step towards creating a broader dialogue about race and social justice, but it is an important step nonetheless. In January 2019, you set forth your vision for Lexington and are in the process of adopting a comprehensive plan. This vision statement begins, Lexington is an inviting, open-minded, and welcoming city. Let's not send mixed messages, change the names. As our local leaders, the City Council has acted bravely before. We will support you now. Sincerely, Ben, Christian, Emma, and Henry Worth.
Next is a letter from Holly Otsby. Dear City Council, I would like to urge City Council to rename the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. This is not an effort to erase history, but rather an effort to put it in its proper context. It is time to stop glorifying Confederate soldiers and pretending that they weren't traitors against our nation. We need to recognize the Civil War as a dark time in our history, with the issue of slavery at the very heart of it. To paint it as anything else is in fact an effort to erase or whitewash history. The civil unrest that continues to rock our nation at 150 plus years later is in large part due to our continued efforts to ignore and deny the sins of our forefathers. The Civil War plays a significant role in the history of our city. That will continue to be true regardless of the name of the cemetery, but that doesn't mean that we should continue to insult our friends, family, neighbors, and visitors who are of African descent by idolizing the very people who fought to keep their ancestors enslaved. We need to do more than just claim to be supportive of equality. We need to do the hard work of recognizing how we contribute to ongoing racial inequality and actually do something to change it. Sincerely, Holly Otsby.
Members of City Council, my name is Robbie Gardner. I am 23 years old and I've lived in Lexington since I was 6 years old. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. This is a glorification of a man who fought to keep human beings enslaved. The fact that the city of Lexington chooses to keep this name is racist and fails Black members of this community. I urge City Council to take a vote on changing the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery during this meeting. As I stated last meeting, this is not difficult. This is a minor change to show this town that City Council cares about every member of its community. This is a first step towards a safer and better Lexington. Regards, Robbie.
Next letter is from Sue Lewis. It is my understanding that a topic for tonight's City Council meeting is the potential name changes for buildings, the cemetery, streets, and other parts of Lexington. I wish to express my strong voice against making any changes. Changing names does not undo history. To the contrary, these names and places serve as a reminder to current and future generations that mistakes were made, people were misguided, and made poor choices. But it also has to be acknowledged that those choices were made in the context of their times. Making these kinds of name changes today is just as egregious in the context of our times. Let us not fall victim to the current wind of denial. Instead, we all need to learn from history. For what it's worth, I am a new resident of Lexington. I moved here last fall. There would be those who would call me a damn Yankee. So with that context, I'm not arguing to save the relics of my people, but rather to preserve all of our history so that we can learn from it and be better citizens in the future. Susan S. Lewis.
This is a letter from Jordan Arnold. Dear members of City Council, my name is Jordan Arnold. I grew up in Lexington and Rockbridge County, attending Lexington City Schools and Rockbridge County High School. And when I graduated from UVA last May, I decided to move back to Rockbridge and take a job in a neighboring school district. I'm writing to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I encourage you to commit to changing the name tonight, even if you don't have a new name in mind. I have no doubt that our community can find a new name that better represents our values. I believe we all have a stake in the name of the cemetery because it's such a central piece of downtown Lexington. But I also feel a connection to the cemetery because my dad, who passed away in 2015, is buried there. My family made that decision in spite of the name, not because of it. I'm glad I moved back to Lexington as a young person, but over the last year, I've come to see that Lexington needs to grow and change if it hopes to attract other young people to live and work here. The cemetery is only one small piece of a much greater change I hope to see in this community, in our schools, in our statues and signage, and in the way we treat one another. Please take this small first step and vote to change the name tonight. Sincerely, Jordan Arnold.
I have a letter from Dave Miller. Greetings. I would like to express my thoughts on this whole knee-jerk reaction which is happening in this country today. As usual, there are certain groups of people who have an agenda which is to disrupt and distract. Since Mr. Floyd's death, it becomes very concerning that we don't hear anything about people dying due to vaping. The COVID crisis has taken a back seat, and the premise of erasing history of this country has become the main focus. No matter how you look at the Civil War era, it is a dark past, but it's just that, the past. Same could be said when the settlers moved westward and the government sent troops to basically wipe out the Native Americans so that the rich could prosper even more. We don't hear much about that from the news, do we? For some reason, people today don't reflect on the Civil War, they dwell on it, even though no person alive today has had firsthand experience of how it was back then. Everyone thinks they are an expert on it. Yet what everyone fails to see is that everything we know about it is from someone else's perspective, even if it were a firsthand account and written by someone who was actually at the event. It is still someone else's perception and interpretation of such event which is subject to embellishment or omission of facts. Personally, I don't see renaming streets and places to something obscure just to erase the past is going to help us as a country move forward at all. If anything, it will divide it even more so because someone feels slighted or offended by someone. In this world today, I find it ridiculous how many people are offended by some of the most petty things. I feel it's just an excuse for someone to get attention or get monetary compensation, which I think is the main objective. In this country today, nobody wants to work for a living or even get ahead in life. All the young people want it for free, and some others feel they are owed compensation for just being born. I would like to see the city of Lexington to not be counted as followers of a movement, but to stand up and preserve history. Having lived near Lexington for most of my life, I've seen it go from a bustling little town in the 60s and 70s to a deserted one in the 80s and back to a more refined, elitist town as it is today, which is why I don't shop there much anymore. All the old stores are custom shops or some organic high-class dining, so they like to think. The whole thing with Sarah Sanders was a lot of negative publicity Lexington didn't need at all. If the city council decides to rename streets in the cemetery along with removing history, I sincerely believe it will be the demise of the town. Think about it, the only income the town has is the college kids and the history behind the town itself. If it wasn't for the history of the town, it would be empty when school is not in session. When I meet someone and they find out where I am from, they immediately say they love the town and have either been there for the history or they plan to go there for the history of it. If you erase it, then it just starts a domino effect, and eventually it just becomes a town with no attraction to it at all. Just like Gettysburg, it is mostly untouched to preserve its history. Of course, there are restaurants and such, but they all retained as close as possible their original appearance, which creates the allure of the town, and they have no plans to rename any streets to remove statues. Y'all might think you're doing the right thing, but I just want to say to the council, slow down and don't just follow suit. Think before you jump. The cost alone for the city and the residents to change their addresses will not be a cheap thing to do. Personally, I feel if people don't like it, then they don't have to visit or live there. It's what this country was built upon, freedom, and why so many died to keep it the way, no matter which side you were on. Those people died for everyone, not just the few who throw temper tantrums when they don't get their way or someone disagrees with them, which is getting more and more attention. I might not live long enough to see Lexington become a ghost town, but rest assured it will get very hard to keep going with minimal income, and to compensate for the taxes will need to increase. And once it gets to the tipping point, people start to leave along with businesses. Don't get me wrong. I love Lexington. I have met thousands of people in my career, and not one person said anything derogatory or negative about it. Not even the people of color I know or have met. So I personally think taking on the expense of changing everything will be a big mistake just to appease a few. As I said, I don't live in town, so it would not make any difference to me what they do. I am simply pointing out the facts. I would like to see Lexington stand up to the few who wish to have it changed and be like Gettysburg. It's been said and proven many times before, you erase history, you're bound to repeat it. Fact. Even the governor is benefiting from all the things going on. Since all of this and the COVID, there has not been one peep about his blackface escapade from the past. He has diverted the calling of his removal from office. Why? If people can demand we erase history, then he should step down from office, because there is no statute of limitations on this from what I see. So it surely doesn't matter if it was 10 years or 200 years ago. His actions hurt people whether he has intended it to or not. He should hang his head in shame and resign, which is why this is not in the forefront of the Richmond News is beyond me. Again, that was from Dave Miller.
Good evening. Thank you all for taking the time to allow community members to submit comments to be heard at tonight's meeting. My name is Jackie Arnold, and I was born and raised in Lexington, Virginia. My mom was a longtime emergency room doctor at the hospital and now works at Augusta Health near the high school in family medicine. My father wore many hats. Perhaps you knew him from his time owning and operating his bar, The Bone, long gone and replaced by the county courthouse. Perhaps you knew him from his contracting company, Underfoot Construction, and think of him in passing when anyone compliments the intricate tile work in your home. Or perhaps you never had the chance to meet him before he passed away 5 years ago after a too short battle with lung cancer. Whether you knew my father or not, you can visit him at any time, as he is now buried at the Stonewall Jackson Cemetery. A fact I often hesitate to disclose for shame, that he is buried in a cemetery named after a man who fought to keep a race of humans enslaved. So I am writing today to ask that the name of this cemetery be changed. A cemetery should be a place where people can go to mourn their lost loved ones, remember fond memories, and try to heal. In continuing to allow the cemetery to be named after a man who literally died fighting to keep slavery, the city is reminding its citizens, particularly our Black citizens and other citizens of color, of the town's glorification of a painful history. Are our Black citizens really expected to bury their loved ones there? At a site named after a man who did not want them to be free? Invite loved ones to a funeral at a location that adds historical pain to their current pain of losing a loved one? It is insensitive to the Black citizens of Lexington to ask this of them. I do not want to accept this historical narrative anymore. I am sick of Lexington excusing the adoration of men who actively sought oppression because of its historical value. Why isn't the town as equally sick of this? Are we proud to be known as a racist town, one that celebrates the Civil War by naming all of our major landmarks after its leaders? We shouldn't be. It is time that we wake up and deal with our with our town's unhealthy obsession with these men, and who did more than lead an army which fought on the wrong side of history. I do not want to celebrate great generals whose goal was to keep slavery alive, nor should those who are acting as the voice of our town. The call for the removal of Stonewall Jackson from the name of our cemetery, and frankly from the hospital and all other landmarks as well, is not a call to erase history, but rather a call to end the exaltation of a figure representative of values incongruous with the values of our town. Thank you for your time. Jackie Arnold.
A letter from Kirk Waller. Dear members of City Council, my name is Kirk Waller. I'm a 22-year-old, have lived in Lexington for about 15 years, and came up through the Lexington City school system. I'm just another kid with an opinion, but for what it's worth, I support renaming Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. If it was indeed named in the 1920s as part of a Jim Crow wave, as I recently learned, then that is not a legacy worth preserving. I don't think that this would change the number of tourist dollars either. There are plenty of historical figures whose graves are visited, even though the cemetery is not named after them. Abraham Lincoln in Oak Ridge Cemetery, Ben Franklin in Christ Church Cemetery, Teddy Roosevelt in Young's Memorial Cemetery, and those were just the three I Googled. Changing the name of landmarks is a common practice, since towns are active and living entities that adapt to changing times. Just in Philadelphia, Front Street was once Water Street. Shippen is now Bainbridge, and what is currently Gloria Dea bore the name of Old Swedish Church and Wakako Church. Stonewall Jackson Cemetery's name was itself changed from its original, rather innocuous name, Presbyterian Cemetery, since Lexington is also a living entity that changes over time. Whatever purpose the current name had, it has outlived its usefulness. We are living a new moment in history. Rather than being stuck in the past, we should move forward with the times. Sincerely, Kirk.
This is a letter from Chris Ritter. Dear members of City Council, my name is Chris Ritter. I am 21 years old and have lived in Lexington for as long as I can remember, except for the past 3 years where I have attended college. I write to you to express my support for renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I send this message out of love for my hometown, the city of Lexington and Rockbridge County, a place that will forever be my first home and has given me so much. I send this message out of love for this area and its people, and out of the hope that we will do better. The issue of the cemetery is an issue for all people of Lexington and Rockbridge County. Not only does the sign welcome visitors to town as they come down Main Street from the south, but the cemetery is one of the many places rich in the history that attracts people to this town and this county. As a community, we need to start being mindful of the way we present that history. Calling the cemetery a memorial to Stonewall Jackson puts his name in a place of honor in our town. I say this because I've heard many of my fellow people of Lexington and Rockbridge say that renaming the cemetery and other things like it would erase our history and try to cover it up. But there are other ways to preserve our history, to read about it, to think critically of it. And there is a place for Stonewall Jackson in our history books, but there should not be a place for him among the people we honor in our town. A man whose legacy is defined by fighting to keep Black people enslaved should never hold such an honor. This town has given Stonewall Jackson this honor for too long, and in doing so, sends a message to every person who lives here and every person who visits here. That message is that Lexington cares more about honoring Confederate leaders than it cares about the comfort and well-being of Black people who live here today. It does not matter how loyal a soldier he was. It does not matter how smart an educator he was. It does not matter how skilled a commander he was. We cannot disconnect Jackson's legacy from the simple fact that he helped lead the fight to keep Black people enslaved. We should be mindful of all parts of this history. We We should not erase it, but we also should not honor it. We as a town have honored Jackson for too long. We've let our Black neighbors down and we've let ourselves down. We need to send a message that this town cares more about Black people than it does about Jackson. Like many others have asked long before me, I asked City Council to use its power to rename this cemetery, and I ask you to commit to this now. Any committee that is created from this meeting should address what a new name should be, but tonight, we ask that you as a council commit to removing Jackson's name immediately. Decide on a new name later, but commit to removing Jackson's now. Anything less than this immediate action would be a disservice to this community and an avoidance of your responsibility as public leaders. I love my home and we have a responsibility to make it better for all of us. This is a first step. Sincerely, Chris Ritter.
Dear members of City Council, my name is Rosie Dixon and I am 22 years old. I live in Rockbridge County for about 6 years and graduated from Rockbridge County High School in 2016. I write to you to express my strong support for the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I urge you all to vote today to change the name. The cemetery's current name glorifies the Confederacy, slavery, and the oppression of Black Americans. Changing the cemetery's name is a much needed and overdue step for Lexington as we strive to be a more inclusive, respectful, and welcoming community. Sincerely, Rosie.
Eli Spencer writes, first of all, I'd like to personally echo what so many others have already said. The name of the cemetery needs to be changed, and so do the street names. If Lexington is serious about addressing and rectifying the racism in its past and in its present, then removing Confederate symbology is nothing more than an easy and obvious first step. Beyond my own personal belief, I'd also like to present a petition I wrote that has so far gained 3,673 signatures, at least 510 of which are signatures of people who either currently live in Lexington and Rockbridge County or have lived here in the past. I'm sure most of you have seen the petition by now, change.org/change-Lexington. The text is short, and I'm sure you'll all read it carefully, but I'd like to highlight a couple of parts. In quotations, Lexington's Confederate statues and symbols must come down. This town can no longer pretend to care about Black people while simultaneously glorifying men whose life-defining act was fighting to keep Black people in chains. We glorify them with statues and with names at our colleges, at our hospital, at our cemetery, and on our streets. We are making a choice every day we leave these symbols up. It is a choice to tell future generations we stand for racism. It is a choice to say we care more about our dead defenders of slavery than we care about our Black neighbors. We are demanding immediate change. The statues must come down and the buildings, streets, and institutions must get new names. I'd just like to reiterate all 3,673 of us and 510 Lexington and Rockbridge County folk are demanding immediate change to Lexington's Confederate symbology, including the cemetery and street names and whatever else City Council can control. We are not demanding the creation of a subcommittee that drags this issue out. Any committee that is created should address what a new name might be, not whether or not the name should be changed in the first place. Sincerely, Eli Spencer.
This is a letter from Michael Deering. My name is Michael Deering. I have called Lexington home for about 19 years now, and I currently live here. I'm writing to you today to urge you to change the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. It is wrong to have a memorial for a man whose defining moment was fighting to defend the institution of slavery in America. It is wrong to raise children in a community that mythologizes men who fought for slavery and treats them as heroes, socializing a new generation to have a distorted and ahistorical concept of who they really were and what the Civil War was about at its core, slavery and the continued oppression of Black people in America. Finally, it is shameful that we as a community have failed to speak out for the Black citizens in our area who are constantly forced to confront daily reminders such as Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. that this community would rather preserve these ahistorical, mythological, lost cause narratives than lift the slightest finger to combat the lasting legacy of slavery and racism in this country. Changing the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery is the absolute least we can do, but it is a small step in the right direction. I know there are those in the community who find that they are able to look past Stonewall Jackson as a slave owner and as a general fighting for the Confederacy, which was founded to defend the institution of slavery. I am not a historian, nor am I a professor of ethics, or even a minister of faith. I won't elect to use this time to debate the morality of his character with you, but I do know in my heart what good men choose to fight for, and so do you. More than anything, it saddens me and brings me to shame when I hear that the Black citizens of our community are uncomfortable walking the streets of their own hometown, that they feel like outsiders in the community they were raised in, that they have zero desire to ever return to Lexington upon leaving, and that they're even afraid to speak out on the issues that are at the root of these problems. It should be obvious at this point that we, as a community, have failed our Black citizens. So what can we do? Many times in my life, and much more often recently, I have heard white people say about variant of, I will never be able to fully understand what Black people have been through, or what they deal with daily in this country. I have said it myself, but if you're a white person who has said some version of that statement, and if you are truly a person of integrity who means what they say, then there's only one logical next step. Listen to the Black citizens in our community, stand beside them, and fight to change what they're actively telling you is wrong. Though I have my own moral compass and know for myself that Confederate namesakes have no place in our community, following these principles of listening and solidarity is yet another of the reasons that I personally write to you today. Regardless of who you personally believe Stonewall Jackson was, you must acknowledge the pain of the Black citizens in this nation and this community. And if you have any decency, then you must work to change the institutions and the beliefs that cause this pain. To put it plainly, memorializing Confederate generals serves as a physical, institutionalized reminder that this community honors men who fought to keep Black Americans in chains and further lends to the passive socialization of the minds of adults and children who live here that these men deserve to be honored. This is wrong. The cemetery that was formerly known as Presbyterian Cemetery requires another name change to reflect the values we hold as a community, and the new name should be determined by a diverse group of Lexington citizens. But to be clear, there is absolutely nothing preventing City Council from committing to changing the name of the cemetery tonight if they so choose. Please help Lexington take one small step into the future again. I urge you to commit to changing the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery tonight and to give further thought to removing Confederate symbology in Lexington in the future as well. Thank you. Sincerely, Michael Deering.
A note from Johnny Drehos. Dear City Council members, my name is Johnny Drehos. I'm 22 years old and this community has been my home since I was 5 years old. While I made my thoughts clear with my comment last meeting about how immediate change is necessary to improve our community, I would like to expand my thoughts on the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery. I see absolutely no reason why Stonewall Jackson's name shouldn't be removed by the end of this meeting. He was a traitor to our country. He waged war on us so that he could retain his ability to buy and sell other American citizens and to force them into doing whatever he saw fit. Although he lost this war, his actions and beliefs still affect our culture today and still promote racism throughout our community. It is your responsibility as leaders of this city to actively fight against racism. Given the name of this cemetery is entirely within your control and has already been changed in the past, to not change it today would be cowardly. Please take the unequivocally right action and rename this cemetery. Please be ready and willing to do even more further down the road. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Sincerely, Johnny Drehos.
From Sarah Hennis. Dear members of City Council, my name is Sarah Hennis. I am 18 years old and have lived in Lexington for 17 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I believe it is extremely important to change the name of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Having constant reminders of the Confederacy, focusing on the cemetery name around Lexington is shameful. The name of the cemetery stands for racism and white supremacy. We as a community should consistently be aiming and advocating for change. It is important for Lexington to take these steps toward true equality. Changing the cemetery name will be a crucial part of the new chapter that is approaching in Lexington's history. Sincerely, Sarah Hennis.
I have a letter from Jesse Mann. Good afternoon. I am a Lexingtonian currently residing in Roanoke, but I wanted to express my wholehearted support for changing the names of Lexington streets and cemetery to names that reflect what an amazing, forward-thinking, creative, and inclusive community we are. There are many people in Lexington's history who have engaged in amazing acts of courage and inclusivity. Let's celebrate these folks in our more recent history, rather than dooming ourselves to being seen as a dusty, backward Southern town. Let's embrace what an extraordinary community we have become and strive toward greater diversity and inclusivity. I am very proud of Lexington and Lexington's history, but none of that pride stems from our role in the Confederacy. We have so much more than that to celebrate. Jesse Mann.
Next. Hi, my name is Sarah Bashu Chaudhry. I'm a rising sophomore at Rockbridge County High School and have lived in Lexington my whole life. Ever since kindergarten, I have been regaled with tales of Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. These tales conveniently sugarcoated what the two men fought for, to keep Black human beings enslaved. The various sites named after Jackson or Lee, including the cemetery, are just an example of the glorification of two races. I want my home's legacy to be more than a couple of bigoted men. The renaming of the cemetery is a decision that should have happened long ago. We can't change the past, but we can certainly change today, right now. I ask you to vote to rename the cemetery today. With this change, we begin to reclaim our town as a place of love and a welcoming community to all people. Thank you so much, Sarah.
This letter is from Suzanne Keene. Dear City Council, my husband and I are taxpayers in the city of Lexington. We think that City Council should heed the advice of the young people and rename the cemetery. Our young citizens are pointing the way forward for an inclusive Lexington. You may read my comment if you please, but my intention in writing is to reinforce how a complacent generation is heeding the wake-up call of our young people. Yours truly, Suzanne Keene.
Dear members of Lexington City Council, my name is Neethi Mehta. I am 22 years old and have lived in Rockbridge County my entire life. I am writing to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. The glorification of Confederate soldiers in this town has done nothing but promote a biased view of American history that undermines Black perspective and leadership. These are symbols that I have passed by every day and have internalized as a celebration of white supremacy and therefore a disregard of my own identity and belonging as a person of color in this town. The renaming of the cemetery is only a small step to acknowledge the harmful erasure of Black voices in this town and nation, but a very necessary one nonetheless. Sincerely, Neethi.
This is from Catherine Tryon. Good afternoon. I'm writing in response to the meeting tonight discussing the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery and name. I was very upset to hear that this is even being discussed. Myself and my family have a personal stake in this as we have 7 burial plots there under family name Trimble. My great aunt and uncle are buried there along with my 2 uncles. My grandparents, Charlie and Kitty Trimble, are currently 95 and 96 years old. When they are laid to rest, it will be in the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. My grandfather, a World War II veteran, once served on the Board of Supervisors for Rockbridge County, and my grandmother taught at Rockbridge High School. She is also a member of the United Daughters of the Confederacy. We have a rich history in Virginia in our community. We even have lineage to Stonewall Jackson. It is very difficult to explain to someone not raised in the South or even in our wonderful community what our history means to us. It's a feeling of family, belonging, and pride in who we are. Stonewall Jackson was a Southerner and Virginian, and although he did not agree with succession, he stayed true to his home state. No one would ever argue that our nation went through difficult times, but we emerged stronger and better versions of ourselves. I know that racism and anything deemed racist is a hot button issue, but that's just not who we are as a community. We are welcoming to everyone, and despite what the outside world tries to tell us, we can be welcoming to all and still be proud Southerners and Virginians. I am not ashamed of who I am or where I come from. To ask us to start changing names or removing monuments is a statement by someone else that we should be ashamed of our heritage. In closing, I will say that people from the outside with a limited viewpoint on this issue are not the ones who should be telling us to change our history and heritage. I ask you, where does it end? We make this change and continue to compromise ourselves, and eventually we are lost. We are a unique historical community with a rich history. People come from all over the world to visit here. Why would we want to compromise ourselves and be like everyone else? Let's stand strong together and be confident in who we are. Thank you for listening. Sincerely, Catherine Tryon.
I have a message from Madeline Fuentes. Dear members of City Council, my name is Madeline Fuentes. I am 21 years old and have lived in Lexington for 16 years. I am writing to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. The renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery is a change that is long overdue. When we keep homages to Confederate figures like Stonewall Jackson, we continue to glorify our Confederate past through allowing it to dominate the public spaces of our town. By doing so, the residents of Lexington firmly place themselves on the wrong side of history. We place ourselves in alignment with racism, oppression, and hatred. We send a message to every Black person in our community that we value the memory of those who enslaved and murdered their ancestors more than we value the current comfort, safety, and dignity of our Black neighbors. I am tired of being ashamed of my hometown. I would like to see a Lexington that is creating a future rooted in equity, justice, and love, rather than a Lexington that remains mired in a past full of hate. I want to see a Lexington worth being proud of. In this moment, when there is once again increased awareness of the ongoing racism in our country, Lexington has the opportunity to take an essential and easy step towards being on the right side of history. This is why I urge you on the Lexington City Council to vote to change the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery today. To end with the words of a Black Lexington resident who wished to stay anonymous, at this point, it's the least the city could do. Lexington could address every other issue that Black people and people of color face in the community, but without removing monuments to Confederate leaders, it is impossible to say that Lexington is an open and tolerant community. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Madeline Fuentes.
Dear members of City Council, my name is Camilla Bailey. I am 24 years old and have lived in Lexington for 12 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I grew up in Lexington and never gave much thought to the city's Southern pride. I am thankful that I have since learned and continue to learn about the racial issues that exist in our country today, and most importantly, that this unconditional Southern pride is problematic. The continued celebration of Confederate soldiers has no place in Lexington. I have so much love for the city and the upbringing I had there, but in part because of the very people who hold a differing opinion to the one I'm sharing with you today. However, it is time that we reckon with the outdated model of Southern pride, exemplified by the name of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Lexington can no longer be among those dismissing the hardships and horrors of life for a Black person in the South both in the past and today. This Southern pride has been built upon the grievous exploitation of Black life, and we must give up this tired romanticization of the Old South. By changing the name of this cemetery, we are giving Lexington a chance to forego celebrating a history of cruelty and racist power structures, and instead join many other cities in moving toward a future that acknowledges that this unconditional Southern pride is honoring the oppressors at the expense of the oppressed and allowing a legacy of outdated hate to live on. Sincerely, Camilla Bailey.
A letter from Sam Spencer. Dear members of City Council, my name is Sam Spencer. I am 20 years old and have lived in Lexington for 20 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I would like for the name of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery to be changed. Using the name Stonewall Jackson to represent our dead in the most prominent cemetery in Lexington is disgraceful. It represents an acceptance and glorification of a Confederate general who fought for slavery. Going forward, Stonewall Jackson Cemetery should be renamed to help further change in our community away from the glorification of Confederate generals and their ideals. They have no place in our future history. They should not have important public infrastructure named after them. We have the opportunity to change that now. Sincerely, Sam Spencer.
I'll be reading a letter from Isabel Richter. Dear members of City Council, my name is Isabel Richter. I am 22 years old and have lived in Lexington all of my life. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I urge you today to vote in favor of renaming the cemetery. I ask that you take an active role in bringing the voices of Black community members who wish to have a say into the discussion of a new name. I believe this is important for the following reasons. Before all else, we have heard the voices of our Black community members and the way this representation of Stonewall Jackson makes people feel unwelcome and isolated. It is wrong to protect the sign on a cemetery more than we protect, welcome, and love Black lives. It is clear that this memorial has been made to represent much more than Stonewall Jackson the man. Today, his name is used to represent racist, white supremacist beliefs. Whether this is representative of who the man was in life is entirely irrelevant. Where we are today, drawing further attention to his name and this memorial would be placing white history in a position of more importance than the lived experiences of local and visiting Black people. There are arguments made that changes like these, taking down the names of Confederate symbols from signs and streets, will hurt tourism and our local economy. I ask you to think about what it says about our city if we continue to profit off of the promotion of racist, hateful symbols. Changing the name of this historic cemetery can serve as a start of larger changes in the way we represent and teach our area's history. This is a small change, one that will not likely change the everyday lives of any person of color in our community, but it is a sign of our city's commitment to change. Let this represent our city's commitment to acknowledging the faults of Lexington's past and making changes to how we teach history in our community. I ask that you make this change to the cemetery today, that you actively consider the changing of street names, that you move forward to use your individual positions of power to work with the Lexington School Board and the Regional Tourism Board to implement Black history into our education. Sincerely, Isabel Richter.
This is a letter from Musa Kamara. My name is Musa Kamara, and I'm a graduate of Lilburn Downing Middle School and Rockbridge County High School. Thank you for allowing my voice to be heard in this meeting. Although I don't currently live in Lexington, I spent almost all of my time before going to college in Lexington. I'm calling to reinforce other calls to rename Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery and all street names in Lexington bearing the names of Confederate figures. Instead of detailing my own experiences in Lexington and Rockbridge, I'd like to address some of the arguments I've heard for keeping these names. I've seen several people defending Stonewall Jackson as a venerable and moral man because of his prowess on the battlefield and his supposed fair treatment of his slaves. The phrase fair treatment of slaves is an oxymoron. There is no qualifying the morality of a slave owner. There is no he owned slaves, but a slave owner is a slave owner. Slavery was as wrong in 1860 as it is today, and as it's always been. And it would not have ended if it weren't for the men and women of Stonewall Jackson era who saw slavery for what it was. Stonewall Jackson was not one of these people. Robert E. Lee was not one of these people. It doesn't matter whether or not Stonewall Jackson showed the people he owned as property a shred of basic humanity and taught them how to read. He still, without objection, owned them and fought for their enslavement. The fact that the only thing it takes to redeem a slave owner in many people's eyes is his respect of just one of these slaves' basic human rights, while simultaneously violating each and every one of their other rights, is troubling, to say the least. To those of you making the argument that we should be focusing on more substantive changes that will actually help the Black community, I must say it's quite interesting to see you only speaking up for the Black community when you can instrumentalize your disingenuous support to back up your viewpoints. Because otherwise, when it comes to showing even an ounce of care or respect, you have been noticeably silent. On the question of tourism, Lexington would not simply become devoid of its history if the cemetery wasn't named after Stonewall Jackson anymore. I'm very confident that the internet and maps will continue to exist. Tourists will still be able to hear about and locate Lexington like they've been doing for years. The massive Stonewall Jackson statues will still be there, as will the memorial to Robert E. Lee's horse on Washington and Lee's campus, as will the entire Wikipedia page dedicated to the Virginia Confederate monuments. Nobody has asked to remove any of these. I don't think anybody is saying we should stop learning about Stonewall Jackson or Robert E. Lee, especially as members of a community that they once lived in. They are undeniably a part of our history. We should, however, equip ourselves and future generations with an accurate and holistic version of history. We should do our best to ensure that the Lexington we live and grew up in is not the same Lexington that future generations must live and grow up in. Because as it stands, Lexington would be fooling itself if it said it respected and valued its Black community. Removing these names is a small basic step, but a small basic step in the right direction that would represent a departure from the past that Lexington has been living in for far too long. Thank you, Musa Kamara.
Dear members of Lexington City Council, my name is Gabrielle Frascati. I'm 19 years old and have lived in Lexington for 9 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Yesterday in Richmond, a statue of Stonewall Jackson was removed from Monument Avenue. Today, the Lexington City Council must vote on changing the name of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. This issue is important to me because I have learned that the glorification of individuals like Stonewall Jackson truly does impact Black members of our community and their desire to leave Lexington. It hurts to hear Black friends say they only want to get out of Lexington. I used to think this sentiment was because Lexington was small, quiet, and not ideal for every young adult looking for new opportunities. I realize now that for Black young adults, this sentiment also carries with it a different kind of feeling, one that I never understood or felt growing up here. Black members, including young Black members of our community, feel unsafe and unwanted in this town, and removing Confederate monuments is one part in changing this. The cemetery serves to glorify Stonewall Jackson. Despite many arguments that Jackson supported Black people, his actions fighting for the Confederacy were antagonistic to the lives of Black people and fighting for their continued enslavement. Removing his name is part of a new chapter in Lexington's history and making the city a more tolerant and open community for all people. If we do not remove the monuments to Confederate leaders, we send a message to the Black community that this town is not ready for that sort of change. Sincerely, Gabrielle Frascati.
This is from Woodson Sadler Jr. Soldiers, saints or sinners? What is the most recognized symbol of a government? The military? Why? They are all wearing uniforms. The military protects the citizens of a country, and by default, the government. Our hearts swell and our chests expand when we see scenes of US troops marching around the Arch de Triomphe after liberating Paris, or marching in the World War II Victory Parade in New York City with the ticker tape flying. Those are scenes of our saints, our protectors. We are proud of their accomplishments to keep us safe, for they are kinsmen, American boys and girls from every part of the country. But do we always see them as saints? During the Civil War, Americans had to choose sides, the North or the South. Mostly the decisions were made depending where you lived. These Americans fought each other in the bloodiest conflict this nation has ever seen. After the war, the Northern Americans went home to victory parades and reunions with their loved ones. However, many never returned. The Southern Americans returned home to destruction and a land that would never forever would be changed. However, many never returned. Whose grief was greater? The American mother in the North who lost her son, or the American mother in the South who lost her son, or the American mother who lost her son on the beaches of Normandy? They all were Americans. Decoration Day, now Memorial Day, was started in 1868 in Arlington. After the speeches, children placed flowers on the graves of the soldiers from the North and the South, a symbol to remember the ultimate sacrifice of those Americans. Why were the soldiers there? Because their government told them to go. Some volunteered, some were drafted. They all went because the politicians told them to go. They suffered shot and shell, starvation, unimaginable wounds, and indignities most cannot even imagine. They were told they were doing it to protect their country and their way of life. Most of them had no understanding about the politics of the day. They just fought for their country. Bravery, loyalty, honor, and duty, that is what they stood for. It did not matter if it were General Lee, General Stonewall Jackson, Private Jefferson of the VMI Corps of Cadets, or Private Ryan on Omaha Beach. They all fought for their country, not their politicians. Now we are blaming them for the injustices that politicians created. We no longer look at their sacrifices. We only see the uniform of the country they were fighting for. Why do we blame the soldier? They were only the instruments of the politicians elected by the people. There is a saying in the ranks, you fight for your buddy next to you. They are our neighbors, sons, daughters, Americans all. For reasons of the day, we want to destroy the memory of the sacrifice our soldiers made for their countrymen. We want to tear down statues and rename streets, parks, and cemeteries, many their final resting place. We forget that sacrifice for one's country is timeless. Many gave their all. You say that was then, what about now? We love our military people. Yes, today. I remember when I went to Vietnam in 1967. I could not buy a drink in the airport bar. I was the pride of our country on my way to safeguard our American heritage and protect our country from communism. How do I know? The politicians told me so. For 13 months, I fought beside my fellow Marines. We suffered as our brothers 100 years ago in Virginia and those in Iwo Jima, at Belleau Woods and Chosin Reservoir. I came home, but many a comrade whose names appear on the wall in Washington never returned. Remember, the politicians sent us there. I arrived in Lax, May 1968. It was a different America. I was shunned by fellow Americans who I risked my life to protect. We were called baby killers and butchers. A friend of mine on returning duty had red paint dumped on his uniforms. Many of my fellow Marines could not handle it and turned to drugs and homelessness. There was no grateful nation. Before we start tearing down statues and renaming things, let us remember that these privates or generals were Americans doing their duty for their country because of their decisions made by their governments. If Virginia politicians had voted to stay in the Union, Lee and Jackson would have put on their blue uniforms. General Lee would have been the commanding general of the United States Army. It did not turn out that way. They fought to protect their country. We fought to protect our country. While some statues may be offensive to some and some monuments erected for nefarious reasons, they represent men and women whose sacrifice, devotion to duty, and honor should be a guide for the future leaders of this country. We should learn from history. Our men and women in our military are saints, not sinners. Let's not desecrate their heritage. Woodson A. Sadler, Jr., Colonel, U.S. Marines, retired.
A note from Amber Poole. Lexington City Council, please do not delay the decision to change the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. listen to your younger generations and send a clear message about the direction Lexington is going forward. The future is theirs. Amber Poole.
My name is Aaron Price. I am 18 years old and have lived in Lexington for 8 years. I write to you to express my support of the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I am in great support of this change and hope that the council feels similarly. The name change would be the first tangible step in making Lexington a more inclusive and welcoming place for the Black community, along with other marginalized groups in our town. Lexington's memorialization of people such as Stonewall Jackson sends a message I hope our community does not intend to project. However, the only way to truly show our desire for change and that we do not support this symbolism is to tangibly make change in our community, aka renaming the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Renaming the cemetery will be a monumental first step in Lexington's journey to be more inclusive and welcoming of all people. Sincerely, Aaron Price.
Muhammad, if you'd like to read your own letter, just interrupt me. Muhammad Kamara. Dear members of City Council, my name is Muhammad Kamara. I am 51 years old and have lived in Lexington for 19 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I am calling on you to vote today to change the name of the cemetery. The cemetery should never have been named after a man who owned slaves, did everything in his power to protect the institution of slavery, and fought to divide this nation. However, it is never too late to do the right thing. Some argue that Stonewall was a kindly slave master who should be honored for his contribution to our community, and not because he was a Confederate slave owner. Since owning your fellow human beings as slaves is wrong, no slave owner can ever be right by any stretch of the moral imagination. Moreover, you cannot separate the man from the terrible choices he made and for which he never apologized. He may have lived and worked in this community, but Nazis also lived and worked in Germany. As symbolic as this gesture is, by changing the name of the cemetery, you will be contributing to a fair, more accurate, and humane recounting of our community and the nation's history. This is the least you can do. Thank you for all the good work you do for our beloved Lexington Rockbridge. Sincerely, Muhammad.
This is a letter from Gretchen Suko. Dear council members, regarding the question of whether to change the name of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery, as well as any other similar situations to be considered in the future, I submit the following. I hope that all community members and our government officials at every level commit to doing the work needed to combat racism and its effects on our whole community. I acknowledge that changing the names of streets or places named for slaveholders or Confederate figures does not address the root cause of systemic racism and could be perceived as a cosmetic change. At the same time, I also recognize that name changes could be an effective part of a larger strategy. I believe such decisions should be based on how they would build our community, and that they should not be made on the basis of economics, tourism, or revenue, but instead with a comprehensive assessment of the figures involved, with a particular focus on racism. Furthermore, I believe that a fair and transparent process does not need to be protracted to be deliberate and should incorporate these guiding principles. 1, create a space for safe, open, and civil discourse among community members. 2, use objective criteria for decisions made and apply them consistently in our community. 3, ensure multiple community perspectives are given equal opportunity to be heard. 4, take meaningful action that makes a positive difference for our Black community members. It is one of my dearest hopes that our local government and our community will go beyond the call to change names to conduct an honest and thorough examination of where racism, whether systemic, generational, or intentional, negatively affects our community of color, and do the work needed to combat it. Sincerely, Gretchen Suko, Lexington.
This letter is from Pamela St. Clair. Dear City Council members, as I write this email, the Matthew Fontaine Maury statue is being dismantled in Richmond today. When do we stop? Does this mean we need to rename the Maury River or Maury River Middle School? If the French Revolution had fulfilled all of their political manifestos against the corruption of the Catholic Church, there would have been no church left standing in France. They would have been burned or destroyed. Today, I'm certain that we are delighted that the complete destruction of Catholic churches did not come to fruition. I am deeply concerned about the rapid decline of civility and decorum in addressing these issues. All humans are flawed, and not one of us can claim that we are perfect. We are in danger of completely erasing the history of Lexington and Rockbridge County by buckling under to a movement such as Black Lives Matter, which by their own admission is a Marxist organization intent on using disruptive tactics to dismantle anything and everything they don't agree with. I admire the sentiment of many of the young people calling for the removal of everything related to the Confederacy, but I feel that they are misguided. Lexington itself is full of those reminders. So I ask again, when do we stop? Will VMI and Washington Lee have to be razed to the ground? These institutions are the embodiment of the Confederacy. Although both Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson fought for the Confederacy, they also contributed to the success of the town of Lexington, as well as their respective institutions. My father, Harold Kenneth St. Clair, Esquire, is buried in the Stonewall Jackson Cemetery. He was a graduate of both institutions and deeply admired Stonewall Jackson, the man who lived in a time that none of us can really imagine. Contrary to what many may think, just because he admired Stonewall Jackson, he was not a racist. I was born in Selma, Alabama in 1965 during the Selma Bridge March. My father had a very good friend who served in the Air Force with him. This friend happened to be a Black man. When they tried to have lunch together, the restaurant tried to refuse them entry. My father insisted quite loudly that they would be having lunch in that establishment, and they did. It is unfortunate that anyone who does not believe in the renaming or destruction of Civil War memorials is quickly called a racist. It is a tactic that has been used historically to shut down any and all opposing views. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Respectfully submitted, Pamela St. Clair.
Dear members of Lexington City Council, my name is Sophia Carraza. I'm 20 years old and I have lived in Lexington most of my life. I write to you again to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. It is my hope that the council will recognize that this small but significant change is a necessary step in the right direction for the city of Lexington. Changing the name of the cemetery will indicate that the people of Lexington recognize and are willing to address the city's history with racism and its glorifications of people who fought against freedom and equality. It is important that people, especially Black individuals, who live in and visit Lexington are not subjected to symbols that honor racism and elicit feelings of pain and disgust. Removing these symbols, changing the name of the cemetery are only small steps in eliminating visual representations of discrimination. Nonetheless, these are steps that the city of Lexington can take today. I encourage you, members of the council, to vote in favor of changing the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. This change will hopefully be part of a new chapter in Lexington's history, one that I and everyone else can look at with pride rather than shame. Thank you, Sophia Carraza.
This is from Joe Eversole. Dear City Council members, my name is Joe Eversole. I am 20 years old and I have lived in Rockbridge County and Lexington my entire life. I would like to express my distaste for the many memorials to the Confederacy that sour the hospitality of Lexington. More specifically, I would like to focus my support on the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. This has been a topic of discussion recently, and there is reason to believe that there will be some opposition to this change. I also suspect many to believe that the support of the name change comes from outsiders to the city of Lexington. As a resident of downtown Lexington, I can assure you that support for this change lies well within city limits. As a white person, I am tired of the discomfort that the name of the cemetery gives to members of the Black community in Lexington. General Stonewall Jackson fought for the Confederacy. That is a historical fact. I'm not saying we should unlearn his history or the history of the city of Lexington. I am saying that the glorification of Stonewall through memorials such as the cemetery results in the direct celebration of the racist ideologies Jackson fought for. Furthermore, his name has been co-opted by other racist groups that seek to promote hate. For example, on Lee Jackson Day last year, my mother was struck with a sandbag thrown from a truck driven by our house. Attached to the sandbag was an information pamphlet for the Ku Klux Klan. Even though I personally disagree with Lee Jackson Day, that is not the point of my comment tonight. My point is that people like this, danger like this, and hate like this are able to find asylum in association with Confederate memorials. I believe that we should preserve the history of the city of Lexington without forcibly honoring it. It is true that Stonewall Jackson was born here. It is true that Robert E. Lee taught here. However, we can remember these facts without upholding memorials that honor these men. Sincerely, Joe Eversole.
I have a note from Brenda Arnott. I'm writing to request that the City Council of Lexington, Virginia consider renaming the city. As most of you probably know, Lexington, Virginia was named after Lexington, Massachusetts to honor that town's place as the first battle of the American Revolution, a battle where untrained farmers and shopkeepers, all volunteers, supposedly battled for their independence from a global empire by taking up arms against the most sophisticated army the world had ever seen. At the time, your predecessors wrongly thought that battle was worth celebrating and honoring by adopting its name as their and now your town, your name. Unfortunately, slavery was not only legal, but widely practiced in the British Empire at that time, including in the colony of Massachusetts, where the Battle of Lexington took place. The American Revolution did nothing to change the status of slaves, who no doubt felt like it didn't matter what sovereign their owner was subject to, as long as they remained slaves. The men and women who fought on the patriot side of the American Revolution were fighting to preserve slavery because it remained legal in all of the American colonies, their misguided war for liberty. I believe it is immoral to honor the American Revolution when it did nothing to free any slave. The name Lexington is an embarrassment to all who know its history. It is shameful that the people fighting for freedom continued to enslave other human beings. More slaves were brought to these shores under the American flag than ever were brought under the Confederate flag. Those shopkeepers and farmers may have thought they were fighting for independence, but in reality, they were fighting for the continued subjugation of an entire populace. We should be disgusted by their actions. City Council should not be so short-sighted to consider renaming streets, monuments, and the cemetery to remove the names of Confederates without also renaming those associated with the patriot side of the Revolution. The names of Jefferson and Washington, who did so much more than Lee and Jackson to allow the preservation and extension of slavery in America, need to be removed and forgotten. The fact that 3 of these men risked their lives to defend their homes from invading armies is irrelevant, since they did not also abolish slavery. As you begin considering renaming things to remove any association with people who fought to protect and defend slavery, you must also consider what the name Lexington honors. Surely, some of those rebels who fought in Lexington, Massachusetts owned slaves, knew someone who owned slaves, or failed to free the slaves in their midst. Such men are not honorable, but contemptible. As someone who has driven past Lexington, Virginia, I cannot in good conscience consider visiting there as long as the name of the city honors these pathetic people who allowed slavery to flourish before, during, and after their war. End Lexington's association with this sordid history. End Lexington's association with pro-slavery forces. Change the name of the city now. Thank you, Brenda.
Unmute.
You're muted, pal.
All good? Slavery is not and should not be a complicated issue. It was a horrific practice, and the world is much better without it. As a community, we should not hesitate to acknowledge that it was part of this area's history, and we should not downplay the severity of it. Perhaps Stonewall Jackson was indeed kind for his times, in that he taught Sunday school to slaves. Perhaps he was not any better than his contemporaries. Neither situation would make it appropriate to pretend that his participation in the system made it appropriate in any way. I don't put stock in the lost cause narrative and the efforts to minimize slavery's horrors, and I suspect many people who make remarks tonight do not either. The importance of our city's history, our country's history, and our nation's history is never lost on me as the years roll by. I hope and I anticipate that this country will outlive us all. We owe it to everyone who will come after us to tell its story. And I urge the City Council to tell the full story. There is great value in showing our children the immense complexity of the people. We deserve to know that there are no absolute heroes and villains in our world, and that they will inevitably encounter people who possess characteristics of both. We should not obscure this truth from future generations, and we should not do so by renaming the cemetery. Instead, embrace and learn from it. Perhaps the City Council ought to consider placing informative texts that acknowledge Jackson's duality for the cemetery's visitors to read. His triumphs and failures are woven deeply into the city's history, and it would be a disservice to do anything but recognize both. Respectfully yours, Jesse Hall.
Letter from Elizabeth McClung. Dear City Council members, my name is Elizabeth McClung and I am 15 years old. I was born at Stonewall Jackson Hospital and have lived in Rockbridge County my whole life. I am writing to you in order to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. When I opened the city government website, the first paragraph I saw described the six of you as an organization dedicated to serving the people of our community. Having a cemetery named after Stonewall Jackson does not serve our people. Instead, it hurts us by contributing to Confederate romanticization. The Confederacy fought for the enslavement of Africans, divided our country, murdered our people. The Civil War was a tragedy that forced America to battle itself. It is not something our community should be proud of. By voting to rename the cemetery, each of you can take Lexington one step away from a town known for the Confederacy and one step closer to a community known for its kindness and compassion. Sincerely, Elizabeth McClung.
This is a letter from Morgan McCown. I have lived in Rockbridge County for 25 years, originating from Texas at the age of 5. I am a white female who graduated from Rockbridge County High School in 2008, served her country in the United States Marine Corps, and have spent an ample amount of time learning about the history that Rockbridge has to offer. Some of my fondest memories include taking my children to visit the various monuments, burial grounds, and Civil War sites that the county has. I am explaining why we are visiting these sites, but I do not just tell them about the wars and generals, but also about the men and women that were enslaved in our county as well. I think it's very close-minded to assume that all white people were slave owners and that all of those who fought for the Confederacy were pro-slavery or partook in such atrocities. Many of these young men were simply fighting for their homes and their land. Let us not forget all aspects of the Civil War, to include the countless documented rapes of women and young girls committed by the Union troops during that time period. Should we start taking down monuments and names nationwide that are related to the Union troops as well? The media has driven us to believe that you must be on one side or the other, that you must either be pro-Confederate statues and monuments or that you must be the first one in line to destroying them. I don't think that's true. I think there is another route to be explored. The Confederate names within the city of Lexington need to stay the same. We cannot simply erase history, and we shouldn't. We need to be considerate of all those who are impacted by this, and not just one side or the other. However, in addition to our Confederate heritage being saved, we must also acknowledge and honor those who were sold by their own tribes and various others into slavery. We must learn their names as well as honor their sacrifices. What is stopping the city from placing a statue in Lexington, honoring these men, women, and children who went through hell? I was not a slave owner, nor and no one alive today was a slave. Furthermore, not every white person can be traced to someone who owned slaves. There are ways to honor the heritage of everyone, and I believe those routes need to be considered before you decide to change names in the city of Lexington. If we truly want to be inclusive, we must honor and respect all aspects of history, to include those who have been forgotten about for so long. Let us cherish those who were enslaved as well. To the city of Lexington, I see nothing stopping you from honoring Stonewall Jackson and the African Americans who helped build this town. Thank you.
Dear members of City Council, my name is Caroline Webster. I'm 20 years old and grew up in Lexington. I'm a graduate of Waddell Elementary School, Lilburn Downing Middle School, and Rockbridge County High School. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Growing up in Lexington, I was taught in school and in church by apologists for Civil War figures like Thomas Jackson. The simple fact is that no matter how faithful a man he might have been, how skilled a general, or even how kindly he might have treated the people of color he knew, all reasons I've heard Lexingtonians argue he wasn't all bad. Thomas Jackson is a symbol of the Confederacy and its fight to preserve slavery. To honor a man directly associated with slavery and the fight to preserve it makes Lexington hostile. The City Council has shown concern for upholding Lexington's obligation to our Black neighbors and visitors by researching and discussing a name change, but without a vote and decisive action, that concern is merely performative. Removing Jackson's name from the cemetery is an important step towards making Lexington, for all people, the welcoming and loving community we want it to be. Sincerely, Caroline Webster.
I write to you from London because I choose not to stay up until 3 a.m. this time. 2 weeks ago, when I attended the council's meeting virtually, the invitation to address the meeting took me by surprise, and so I said, unprepared, that I was there to support the young people who passionately and proactively took the initiative to push for the dismantling of Lexington's misguided heritage markers. It is still the case that I support these activists who count my nephews among them, but is also a lame declaration. Those of us who are cheered by their determination should not be along for moral support. We should be here to admit our own failure in not taking similar steps when we were their age. I write tonight, not just to support the petitioners, but to support those of you who, like me, grew up on Jackson Avenue, was confirmed in R.E. Lee Episcopal Church, swam in the Maury, sang Stonewall Country at Limekiln, got married in front of Lee Chapel, and felt no shame whatsoever in these milestones. It's easy to say times were different and we didn't know better, because it's true. Just like times were different in 1840, 1921, 1964, and 2014. But now it is 2020. We all know better. I write to voice my hope as one of your generation that the council skipped the committee to study name changes and will now proceed straight to discussion on what the new name of my old address, 309 Jackson Avenue, should be. Elizabeth Kime.
From Matthew Hypes. Dear members of City Council, my name is Matthew Hypes. I'm 36 years old and have lived in Lexington for 15 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I would urge the council to vote on renaming the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery tonight. I would hope we of Lexington would join our state and country in removing titles and markers that continue a history of oppression and hate. In our country's complex history, we cannot always separate the good from the bad. We can, however, make choices that show care and thought for each other. I believe changing the name of this cemetery is an easy step in this direction. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me. Sincerely, Matthew Hypes.
I have a letter from Bridget Kelly Deering. Dear members of City Council, my name is Bridget Kelly Deering, and I moved to Stonewall Street with my family in 2002. I want to begin by saying that even though I wasn't born in Lexington, I consider my voice to be as important as anyone else who was born here. Certainly the city I have known and loved for 18 years needs new blood to survive. Our city depends on our tax dollars and the investments we make in it through our volunteering of time and money to help others. It's exacerbating and exclusive to hear the argument that I should move if I don't like Lexington the way it was when I moved here. Times do change, and two of the men we've named places and streets for here in Lexington recognize that. Panel 4 on the Thomas Jefferson Memorial in Washington, D.C. is attributed to a quote from him. I am not an advocate for frequent changes in laws and constitutions, but laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. As that becomes more developed, more enlightened, as new discoveries are made, new truths discovered, and manners and opinions change with the change of circumstances, institutions must advance also to keep pace with the times. We might as well require a man to wear still the coat which fitted him when a boy, as civilized society to remain ever under the regimen of their barbarous ancestors. I realize using this quote is controversial because Thomas Jefferson was a founding father, and yet he kept over 100 slaves, many of which were treated terribly, and never claimed his children with Sally Hemings for his own. Why would I pick Jefferson to quote at this divisive time in our history? I share his thoughts for those who revere him and are angry about proposed changes to see that even Jefferson saw that we must allow change when new truths are discovered and manners and opinions change. He was an eloquent statesman and had ideals that many of us want to emulate. It's unbelievably sad to discover that he kept slaves while espousing the following. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. When we name our most prominent cemetery on Main Street after a Confederate general who fought to keep Black people enslaved, are we following this ideal? The same goes for our street names. I've heard arguments that we should look at all aspects and character of the Confederates we are looking at today, but the fact remains that these men left our Union and began a war to keep Black people enslaved. Teaching young slaves to read does not undo the fact that Stonewall Jackson fought to keep them enslaved. Lexington is drawn to Robert E. Lee, but he was not the man that's been reframed for our comfort. I wish everyone would read The Myth of the Kindly General Lee. Let's just focus on what Lee felt about monuments. It's known that he opposed Confederate war monuments. He is quoted as saying, "As regards the erection of such a monument as is contemplated, my conviction is that, however grateful it would be to the feelings of the South, the attempt, in the present condition of the country, would have the effect of retarding instead of accelerating its accomplishment, and of continuing, if not adding to the difficulties under which the Southern people labor." Lee favored erasing battlefields and supported getting rid of the Confederate flag after the Civil War ended. At his funeral in 1870, flags were absent from the procession. Former Confederate soldiers did not wear their uniforms, and neither did the body they buried. Lee's daughter wrote, his Confederate uniform would have been treason, perhaps. Lee believed keeping these symbols alive would keep the divisions alive. Why do Lee's followers refuse to respect his wishes? Changing Confederate names in our city will not erase history or hurt tourism. We can teach the history in the Stonewall Jackson House or places designated to include Confederate history. I believe that these changes may encourage new visitors to our city. Stores are independent and can sell what they like. When the council took up the lawsuit regarding the flying of Confederate flags on our light poles, the stores were still allowed to fly them on their buildings. I haven't seen one downtown. I do believe that the name changes are not the most important step we can take in our time to end racism, but it's an important step in the right direction. I urge City Council to vote to rename Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, and I would like to have members of our Black community be equal partners in having a say on a new name. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Bridget Kelly Deering.
From Brandon Dorsey to the Lexington City Council. First, I must say that it is a disgrace that this body has refused to open up city council meetings in a public space. If larger cities such as Stanton have already done so, there is no excuse with the facilities you have available, except for now it is very convenient for you to not have to face the people in person and rather rely on requests from phantom individuals to further certain agendas. Secondly, I am firmly against the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery or any other items in Lexington. My grandfather was buried at Stonewall Jackson Cemetery in 2014, and I intend to join with other owners and descendants of the deceased to sue the city to prevent such a travesty. Everyone who has been buried in that cemetery for decades did so with the full knowledge that it is a memorial to Lieutenant General Thomas J. Stonewall Jackson. If they objected to that, they certainly could have been buried elsewhere. However, the vast majority chose to be buried there for that very reason. Lexington is currently facing budget problems, which have been contributed to by the loss of tourism due to COVID. It seems ludicrous that the city would willingly continue to destroy one of the primary reasons for tourism dollars to flow there. However, I have seen hysterics going on in Richmond, where Monument Avenue will become a slum like the rest of that city's neighborhoods. Given that, I would propose all signs referring to historical Lexington be renamed Welcome to Hysterical Lexington. These actions are being taken in theory because a Yankee cop killed an unarmed black man that he previously knew and disliked. This one act has set in motion a previously orchestrated path by disgruntled communists just waiting for a trigger event to trigger a bunch of emotional lunatics into rioting, looting, and anarchy. Somehow, this is all about restitution for slavery. In an emotional frenzy, no one has questioned exactly what Stonewall Jackson's attitude about slavery was. The truth does not even seem to matter. I would tell you that he disliked slavery, taught blacks in Lexington to read and write against the law of the day, even upon a threat of prosecution, that the local black community of his day revered Jackson as a man of character and named their children for him, that the Black Reverend Lilburn Downing Jr. so admired him that he had stained glass windows placed in his church dedicated to Jackson, that the local black community raised the first funds for the heroic statue of Jackson in the cemetery, that Jackson supported freeing the slaves and arming them, making them de facto his equal, etc. I could go on, but the truth matters not in politics anymore. We are devolving into a society with no grounding of morals, where we must react immediately to the wishes of the mob. Because we must, as a nation, atone for the sins of slavery according to the mob, I have been working to organize an event I would like to invite the members of this city council to attend. It is my intention that we get to the root of the matter. We must identify the man responsible for creating the legal precedent for Africans being permanently enslaved in America. I have identified this man as one Anthony Johnson. This is the individual who created this precedent and original sin, and it is high time we hold him accountable. I am going to suggest a mock trial and have this man hanged in effigy in Lexington. Justice should be served and the blame laid upon this man and all his kinsmen, so that we can move past this shameful era that has so long been used to divide the nation and has given the darkness a weapon against us. As a closing note, I was born in Lexington and spent my earliest years as a child in the city. I now live in the county and have so for many years. Unlike many of the so-called letters of complaint about this issue, you can find me in the local phone book, and I actually exist. I have long noticed that most complaints about Lexington come from college students who will never return, leftist professors who ruin everything they touch because they can't exist in the real world, and a bunch of people who were so charmed by our historical area that they retired here just to destroy it as their dying wish. Sincerely, Brandon Dorsey.
A letter from Kazad Irani. Dear Lexington City Council officials, my name is Kehzad Irani and I have lived in Lexington for the past 10 years. I'm writing in support of renaming Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. Confederate symbols like our cemetery are glorifications of a dark period of American history. These names on public places incorrectly celebrate historical and revived white supremacy movements. This is not how the next generation of Lexington residents should learn about the Civil War and the Confederacy. It's time to advance our community, ensure that it is a welcoming and safe place for people of all colors. Following the horrific 2017 rally in Charlottesville, William and Warren Christian, two great-great-grandsons of Stonewall Jackson, published a letter calling for the removal of Confederate statues in Richmond. They wrote that these types of remembrances, many of which occurred numerous years after the Civil War, were created in order to justify the unjustifiable, in particular, slavery. While Stonewall Jackson may not have wanted to fight in the war and was known for teaching enslaved peoples in Lexington, we can't forget that he was an active slave owner who believed people of color deserved fewer rights than white individuals. In that letter, William and Warren acknowledged Jackson's sister, Laura Jackson Arnold, and her work as a unionist and abolitionist. They chose to commend and glorify her instead of their great-great-grandfather. William and Warren concluded their letter by writing, "Our sense of justice leads us to believe that removing the Stonewall statue in Richmond and other monuments should be part of a larger project of actively mending the racial disparities that hundreds of years of white supremacy have wrought. Perhaps it is time we honor these requests of the Stonewall Jackson family. I ask that the Lexington City Council vote to change the name today. Renaming the cemetery will start a long-needed movement towards educating young people about this difficult time in our history and advance conversations about racial justice and inclusion in our city. This action is a tangible one that will actively show that Lexington supports its Black community members. All across Virginia and the country, local and state governments are taking the necessary steps to make their communities more equitable and just. I hope that Lexington joins them and works to build a city that accurately remembers and teaches its history while also looking towards a future that celebrates and respects all of its residents. Sincerely, Kehzad."
Next, a letter from Byron Winchester. Good evening, City Council. My name is Byron Winchester, and I'm writing to encourage you all to change the name of the Stonewall Jackson Cemetery as soon as possible. As a Black resident of Lexington, it is apparent that Confederate culture runs rampant within this city, and as made known is in the last City Council, it's saddening to see. While we cannot infringe upon the rights of individuals who wish to praise these Confederate soldiers, as City Council, you have the power not to endorse this praise. It is important to me and many others that you promote unity within the community, and that begins by removing symbols, and in this case, the name of the cemetery that represents divisiveness and oppression. Best, Byron Winchester.
Dear members of City Council, my name is Rachel Maxwell. I am 19 years old and I've lived in Lexington for 15 years. Like my peers and fellow community members, I am writing to you today to express my full support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. My family moved to Charlottesville this summer, but Lexington will always be my home. I used to think of Lexington as a very safe and welcoming place, but I am now acutely aware that this is a naive view of my town, a view informed by my whiteness. I will never understand what it feels like to grow up in Lexington as a Black person, but my Black peers have made it very clear that they feel the legacy of the Confederacy, a legacy of racism and discrimination wherever they go in this town. Our town's continued glorification of individuals like Stonewall Jackson sends the message that we value Confederate symbology over the safety and inclusion of the Black community. I love growing up in this town, and I have even thought about returning to Lexington to raise a family, but many of my Black peers understandably do not feel the same way. It is deeply unfair and unjust that many Black people feel unwanted and unsafe in a town that always seemed to welcome me and my white peers. Removing Confederate symbology in our town will send the message that Lexington values the safety and inclusion of our Black residents. I urge you all to vote tonight in favor of renaming the cemetery, which currently honors a man who fought for the continuation of slavery. Renaming Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery will not fix or undo the legacy of racism that exists in our town, but it is an important first step in the right direction. In order to be proud to call Lexington my home, I need to see us make important changes like removing Jackson's name from the cemetery. Sincerely, Rachel Maxwell.
Dear members of Lexington City Council, we have lived in Lexington for 15 years. Melina Bell teaches social and political philosophy at Washington and Lee, and Peter Bell owns a local home improvement and repair business. We write to express our support for the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. There are many lovely things about living in the Lexington area. We are glad tourists can enjoy the natural beauty and learn about U.S. history. We value education at all levels, and we believe it's important to approach education with a view to connecting with students of all backgrounds and helping all appreciate this locality, state, and country in all its complexity. It is often said that we do not absorb the lessons of history. We are doomed to repeat our ancestors' mistakes. One serious mistake was to celebrate leaders of a movement against our country, the United States of America, which resulted in a bloody war whose legacy was not only death and instability, but the galvanization of the interpersonal racism of the time and its transformation into institutional racism that continues to plague all U.S. citizens, but with marked acuteness, Black and Indigenous people and other people of color. Our educational institutions and tourism industry should, in the name of justice and healing, reorient their expressed attitudes of these circumstances by ceasing to celebrate and monumentalize figures who stubbornly held and fought brutally in the service of racist ideology. Instead, the full complexity of these stories should be told, and the names of these figures who promoted racist ideology should cease to be honored through the elevation of their names. Please work with the Lexington School Board and regional tourism industry to reform how we teach Black history in our city and our area. Sincerely, Melina Constantine Bell and Peter Jensen Bell.
From Kyle Hills. Dear members of City Council, my name is Kyle Hills. I'm a 21-year-old Lexington resident who's lived here for 8 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I believe that City Council should vote to change the name of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I feel it is important that you vote to change the name of the cemetery because this is the time to change the way we memorialize our history. Although Stonewall Jackson is a big part of Lexington history, we need to be more intentional and thoughtful about the way we use symbols like names in our town, where those symbols come from, who or what they represent, and what message the use of those symbols sends to our community and visitors. I believe that using the names of the Confederate generals in our town to name our public spaces like cemeteries sends the message that historical clout was more important to Lexington than the tangible harm and trauma Black Americans have experienced and continue to experience at the hands of the very institutions that those Confederate generals fought to uphold. It sends the message that Lexington values the perceived greatness of men who were traitors to their country and fought to keep Black people enslaved more than it values the feelings and voices of Black Americans who tell us over and over how uncomfortable and painful these symbols are to them. This history is not the kind of history we should celebrate by using it to name our public places like our cemetery. I believe that changing the cemetery name will symbolize a commitment to creating a welcoming and comfortable atmosphere for our Black community members and visitors, a commitment to listening to marginalized voices, and a commitment to learning from our past in order to become a better town going forward. Renaming the cemetery is not erasing history, it is learning from our history, understanding our history, and reconciling with our history. Sincerely, Kyle Hills.
I have a comment from Laura Brody. For the Lexington City Council, just sending a note to say I support changing the name of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery to something more welcoming for everyone, though I feel the statue should remain because cemeteries and battlefields are appropriate places for Confederate monuments. Thanks, Laura Brody.
From Cynthia Atkins. Dear members of the Lexington City Council, my name is Cynthia Atkins and I have lived in Rockbridge County for 25 years. I'm writing today to express my support for the renaming of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I was in attendance at the last council meeting, as was so inspired and impressed by the many letters by recent graduates of Rockbridge County High School, writing to express their dismay that in 2020, we are still glorifying statues, buildings, and cemeteries of Confederate generals. These young citizens are asking because they have done their own homework outside the academy and found out that these men were not worthy of glorifying. They harbor and represent a very dark period of bigotry and enslavement of Black citizens. Most of these statues were implemented in the Jim Crow era as an action of white supremacy. Renaming the cemetery is one act of many that needs to be rectified in our community. Symbols are important. They represent a myriad of complex ideas, and we come to them for meaning. Our students are being taught that these men were heroic and principled, but in fact, these men were fighting for the right to own human beings, to buy and sell humans like cattle. Is this the history we want to glorify in 2020? We are now at a critical inflection point to right some of these wrongs in our history. Systemic racism is very much alive today, and honoring these symbols and men are part of that system. Erasure is not the answer either. We need to properly give context to these injustices in our history, and that is what museums are for. As a Jew living in Rockbridge County, I would be horrified to see the swastika on buildings and cemeteries. I would be horrified to see Hitler's name honored or glorified on a building or a street name. I think it's hard sometimes to see or to understand the offense if you don't feel like you've been directly offended or threatened. So I ask each of you to think of the thing in your life that would be harmful to you and your family to help you understand the extreme offense these symbols, buildings, and men represent to the Black citizens of our community, whose ancestors have been owned, sold, raped, and beaten. As a citizen of Rockbridge County and a Jew, I also feel threatened by the symbol of the Confederacy, given the recent events in Charlottesville and in our own town. We have to do better in educating the public and our students about history. We have to include the amazing figures in Black history in these texts, literature, music, art. It's time to put things in proper context. Education is always the key. It's time to make this a community that is welcome to all of its citizens. Sincerely, Cynthia Atkins, Rockbridge County.
A letter from Hallie Klein. Dear City Council, my name is Hallie Klein. I am 21 years old and I have lived in Lexington for the past 15 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I ask that the council vote to change this name during tonight's meeting. Moving forward, it is imperative that the council commit to listening to Black community members who wish to be involved in the selection of a new name. The name change in question is necessary, meaningful, and long overdue. Presently, the name of this cemetery upholds racism by elevating an enslaver and glorifying a man who fought to defend white supremacy. It is one of many ways that Lexington romanticizes a Confederate legacy that should be unmistakably denounced. To dissect Stonewall Jackson's personal character is to ignore his direct, prolonged participation in the oppression of Black folks, and allowing his name to remain in a position of honor represents a failure to portray history responsibly. It is unjust and harmful for the city of Lexington to continue to derive profit from the celebration of racist histories, such as the legacy of Stonewall Jackson. While renaming the cemetery is a small change, I ask that this would represent the beginning of a longer commitment to confronting Lexington's full history and dismantling racism in our town. I ask that you vote to rename the cemetery today, and that this action would be followed by real consideration of future changes to the depiction of history in our schools and in our community. Sincerely, Hallie Klein.
This is a comment from Ann Ritter. Dear members of Lexington City Council, I am 53 years old and have lived in Lexington for 21 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. It's simply time. Sincerely, Ann Ritter.
Dear members of City Council, my name is Burke Haywood. I'm 20 years old and have lived in Lexington for 20 years. I write to you to express my support for the renaming of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I believe that it is unacceptable for the city of Lexington to continue to glorify racist historical figures who fought to keep Black people in chains. The current naming of the cemetery is a blatant act of disrespect to each and every Black individual in our community. I feel very fortunate to have been raised in Lexington. It is a truly remarkable place. However, in order for Lexington to be a place that I and all of its citizens can truly be proud of, we need to begin dismantling the racist messages that our naming and symbols perpetuate. Sincerely, Burke Haywood.
That represents the last letter that were received at our cutoff at 5 o'clock. I know there were some others that were received afterward, and we'll likely read those into the record at our next meeting. But excellent job reading, and I must say we're grateful to all the writers and the respectful tone with all the comments. It's good to hear your messages from all the folks that took the time to communicate with City Council. Janie, did you have anyone else? Yes.
I did have one that I sent you all immediately after the large email that was sent to me through Facebook Messenger a few days ago. I've got it popped up on the screen for you. It's in bold.
Okay.
It's from Sammy Mays.
Let me see if I can locate it because my eyes can't see the small screen I'm on here.
I can read it in to the minutes.
Please do so, David. Thank you.
Message from Sammy Mays. Please vote no to renaming the cemetery, streets, etc. Lexington is rooted in history, and I think it would be a shame to change anything based on the voices of a few.
Thank you, David. Janie, were there any others?
No, that's all the ones I got by the 5 o'clock cutoff time today.
Excellent. Thank you, and great work and support of council to get all of those letters assembled and accounted for. If there's anyone who sent their message in prior to 5 o'clock and it wasn't read tonight, please let us know, let Janie or myself know. We want to be sure to include everyone, but in our virtual world right now, this is normally when if we were all sitting in the same room, I would ask, is there anyone else who would like to speak? And we don't have that opportunity as such tonight. So thank you all for citizens' remarks and comments. Again, especially for the respectful tone and professionalism in all the comments that were made. Moving on, our next item of business is looking at boards and commissions, I believe. Blue Ridge Resource Authority, Mr. Smith.
Blue Ridge Resource Authority Advisory Committee meets Monday. I know Ray York, our director, has been working on some agreements to get in place in case we have another emergency situation regarding leachate treatment. And to the best of my knowledge, those should be shortly forthcoming to make sure we're in a good position in case we get another fall like we had a couple of years ago, and had to take some unusual measures to stay in compliance. I've also asked the director as a city council person to see what avenues or opportunities the landfill could provide to the citizens of Lexington for recycling after the cessation of the recycling program, curbside recycling in Lexington. And I'll keep you posted on those developments as well. That's my report. Any questions?
Any questions for Chuck? Perhaps just to affirm, it's anticipated and been advertised that we will be dispensing or discontinuing our curbside collection as of this Friday, tomorrow. Monday will be the first day that curbside recycling will not be collected going forward in the new fiscal year. Main Street Lexington.
Just a couple of items. 4th of July is Saturday. We're still having a bike parade, but it's going to look very different. You can pick up your items to decorate bikes tomorrow and Saturday from noon till 5 p.m. at the hub, and decorate your bikes and drive it around your neighborhood or somewhere close to home, and stay a safe distance away from everybody. The LiftFlex gift certificates are still on sale, so if you're looking for a gift for somebody, consider purchasing that. And through the CARES grant that we'll hear more about later, Main Street is advertising to businesses. They can apply for grants through Main Street for the CARES program, some funds, and that application is available online. And you have for this first round, you have until July 10th to apply. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Leslie. Any questions from council members? Planning Commission, Ms. Strawn.
We discussed the comprehensive plan, and anybody who wants to send in comments on this stage of the comprehensive plan, we're hoping to have all those comments by July 19th so that we can discuss some at our second meeting in July. And I'm going to excuse myself for just a minute to go get my charger because my laptop is dying, but I'll be right back. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Leslie. And she's not taking questions till she gets charged up. Regional Tourism Board, Mr. Ayers.
Yeah, tourism won't meet again until Wednesday, July 15th, but I do have just a couple things to mention. First off, this past Tuesday, Hull's Drive-In had a free showing of the civil rights drama Just Mercy, sponsored by 50 Ways Rockbridge. And this weekend, they'll have Shrek and Despicable Me and the live action Jungle Book and Star Wars, The Force Awakens on Saturday. And just a reminder, Hull's is limited to a capacity of 160 cars and requires the advance sale of tickets. And you can purchase tickets at hullsdrivein.com. July 7th and 8th, the Horse Center hosts the House Mountain Horse Show featuring hunter and jumper riders. And July 11th, the Summer Breeze Wine Festival is at Rockbridge Vineyard, and they'll have live music and wine sold by the glass or bottle, and bring your own lawn chair, and admission is $10 per person. And you can get more information on that at rockbridgevineyard.com. And regional tourism, I just wanted to mention, has seen strong adoption of its PAC program that I mentioned at our last city council meeting. PAC stands for Protect All Citizens and Travelers, and so far over a dozen local businesses have signed up, and you might have started to see the PAC logo in some windows. You can find out more about the program as well as a directory of all participating businesses at lexingtonvirginia.com/PAC. And unless anybody has any questions, that's it.
Thank you, Dennis. I don't hear any questions. We'd move to Rockbridge Area Department of Social Services.
I have no report for tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Hentz. Raro.
We typically meet the first Wednesday of each month, but this month we're going to meet the second Wednesday. So we're going to meet next week. We're still planning, and we'll be ready if we're able to play fall sports. But we will follow the guidance from all of the professionals, and we're keeping an eye on BHSL. Of course, Botetourt County has already suspended all of their fall offerings. So we will be ready if we can have the sports safely. That's my report.
Thank you, David. Any questions for Mr. Ziegler? Threshold, Ms. Alexander.
No report. We have not met since our last meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. CARES Committee. Mr. Ziegler, Ms. Strawn, anything to report?
You know, I think that under the city manager's report, he has items that I'm not sure if Jake was going to touch on that or so we will just defer to Jake.
Thank you. We'll pick it up under the city manager's report. Under my report, council a couple weeks ago, or maybe a month or so ago, received a report or presentation from Washington Lee on proposed updates. And there were questions asked, and I would just remind council upon reflection or looking at that proposal, if you had any other comments or questions, I would welcome those to be able to give Washington Lee further direction. You may recall part of that process was suggestions of one-way streets, bike lanes, and other design features for our consideration. So if you are not conflicted out of looking at that update and have some insights that you would like shared with Washington Lee, I'm welcome to take those to Washington Lee, but just to make you aware of those. And we'll be having a work session at some point in time in the future to hear from staff with their recommendations and their additional comments and work with Washington Lee. Leslie.
Just a comment, at our next planning commission meeting next Thursday, Washington Lee will give the same presentation. So if anyone in the community missed the presentation to council, you can hear it to planning commission. They're not asking for any kind of approval at this time. It's just an early stage of opportunity for us to give them feedback.
Terrific. Thank you, Leslie. Have a couple of appointments that I wanted to bring forward, and I may need some assistance within the minutes. Janie, if you can help tonight or when we do this, but Fred Kirchner has submitted his name for re-upping at Threshold, as well as the Board of Building Codes Appeal, I believe it is, the newly formed. And I would ask for your consideration for Fred's serving in those two capacities. Again, Threshold and the terms you can see there. Thank you, Janie. Fred said how many years is a term? A 3-year term. Got it.
It's a 3-year term.
Thank you, ma'am. So Fred Kirchner for a 3-year term to Threshold. And do you know the other offhand? Board of Building Code Appeals?
That one I am not entirely sure of because that is the brand new board that was just created.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We don't have the sentence, if you will, for Fred's service on that, but I welcome City Council's consideration.
I move to appoint Fred Kirchner to the Threshold Board for a term of 3 years and to the newly formed Board of Building Code Appeals.
Second.
Thank you, ladies. For a motion and second, any discussion? Hearing none, I ask for a roll call vote. Mr. Ziegler.
Aye.
Ms. Strawn.
Aye.
Pence.
Aye.
Mr. Ayers.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Alexander.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. Also, Robert Hull on the Board of Zoning Appeals. Janie working her magic. Robert has agreed to continue for another 5-year term that would end June of 2025. And I'd ask for your consideration for reappointing Robert Hull.
I make a motion that we reappoint Robert Hall to the Board of Zoning Appeals for a 5-year term that will go through 2025.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Mr. Ayers.
Aye.
Mr. Ziegler.
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Hens,
Aye.
Ms. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Alexander.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. And lastly, Arnie has served faithfully and diligently on the Rockbridge Area Outdoor Partnership. And in consultation with Councilman Smith, I wanted to bring his name forward for consideration. There is not a term limit, and Chuck would serve at the pleasure of council for as long as he would choose to. And I'd ask for your consideration to appoint Chuck to the RAOP, Rockbridge Area Outdoor Partnership.
I make a motion, we appoint Chuck for an indefinite term to the Rockbridge Area Outdoors Partnership.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion?
Is that a term or a sentence?
Indeed. Ms. Strawn,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Ayers,
Aye.
Mr. Ziegler,
Aye.
Ms. Hens,
Aye.
Ms. Alexander.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Those are the three that I bring forward tonight. We have 2 seats on the Planning Commission, which are due to expire July 31st. We have 3 applicants for you all to consider and would ask you to be prepared for any new applications and to discern and make those appointments at our July 16th meeting. Be prepared for that. Let's see here, have a brief report update for Go Virginia. Startup Shenandoah Valley program received $629,000 to fund business scale-up initiative called Startup Shenandoah Valley. Go Virginia continues to work diligently and a variety of initiatives, but great to see additional funds going to help businesses grow. This reflects the 18 months of collaboration, benchmarking, and resource assessment by multiple Shenandoah Valley partners and small business owners. So all involved with that are to be congratulated. And Terry Short, who is the mayor of Waynesboro, has taken over the role as our representative on the Go Virginia board. And still encourage you as they meet virtually to participate and learn the good work of the Go Virginia group. And lastly, last Friday, had the distinct honor and privilege of carrying forward a proclamation and a retirement lunch for Gary Swink. His wife Diane joined him, and it was a gorgeous Chamber of Commerce day. We were able to use the Jordan's Point Pavilion and send Gary off with a great luncheon, of course, with his last day having been June 30. So we miss Gary and wish him all the best in retirement, and did so on your behalf. Council gave him a great proclamation, and glad to see him enjoying the fruits of his labor. That's the conclusion of my report, and I'd call on the city manager.
Should have had that cursor ready to unmute immediately, but I was a few seconds late there. As City Council knows, we have a plan in place approved by City Council to spend the $649,635 of CARES funds that we've allocated. And that plan includes 6 broad categories of use, including city operational responses, 35%, public facilities, health and safety modifications, 15%, business support and recovery, 20%, community assistance responses, 10%, city school responses and adaptations, 10%, and unallocated funds, 10%. And since the original approval, council also approved a 2.5% additional use of funding for the city schools, and also $6,566 as the city's share of the regional jail COVID cost. As a further update, the IDA, working very diligently with Main Street Lexington, has completed the agreement so that Main Street Lexington could provide funds to our business community. As Councilmember Strawn said, Main Street Lexington has been very diligent. The application for funding and for grants is out now. I believe the cutoff date for that is July 10th to receive those applications for grant funding. And they're trying to make the awards by before the end of July. So they're working at it very quickly. Staff is also working with the Community Foundation to put in place an agreement to distribute the 10% allocation for community assistant response. The Community Foundation has an existing grants committee that will be put in place, a schedule to allocate those funds, to select organizations to allocate those funds to, and then allocate those funds for community organizations that serve individuals who have been impacted by COVID. We, of course, as city staff are taking steps to put in place changes in our facilities to make the facilities safer. And some of those changes have occurred already. And we're, of course, keeping track of the expenses on other personal protective devices and supplies and materials of that nature, as well as the expenses that we have for personnel costs. And now I will call on Jake Adams, the finance director, who does have some specific costs to share with City Council in that regard. Jake, are you out there still?
Yes, Jim, I am. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to provide an update on our CARES funding allocation and where we stand at the end of June, and some estimates of expenses that we have incurred up to that point for each of the allocation categories. First of all, for the city expenses allocation, that was 35% of the total CARES funding amount. We've identified $174,386 in payroll reimbursements for eligible employees. This would include personnel expenses for our EMS personnel, the fire chief at 60% of his payroll expenses, fire marshal at 90%, including my payroll expenses at 33%, and the city managers at 25% as well. And this would also cover public works staff who have spent a lot of hours the last several months working on these facilities modifications in order to reopen our building safely on the 6th. Additionally, we've also identified numerous public health and IT expenses related to remote work, totaling $16,748. This really runs the gamut of anything you can imagine with COVID: hand sanitizer and sanitizer stations, PPE, masks, medical supplies, cleaning supplies, etc. On the IT front, this includes additional VPN licenses to access the city's network remotely in the eventuality of remote work, and has been ongoing to a large extent for certain departments over the past few months. Additionally, Zoom licensing for Zoom meetings, and looking into additional equipment and laptops for remote working. That leaves a remainder of $36,237 in this category. We're looking into some additional technology improvements to our network and servers that would vastly improve our remote networking capability and access to the city's network in the case that we would have to revert back to a quarantine situation if the COVID situation deteriorates, in order to keep essential city services functioning remotely. Additionally, there will be ongoing evaluation of payroll expense reimbursement and other public health expenses. Additionally, we envision the $6,500 jail expense allocation to come from this remaining amount of city allocation for CARES funding. The second category for the IDA and MSL small business grant program at 20%. That's been fully allocated at this point. We had an IDA board meeting on June 22nd, as Jim mentioned, and the IDA board unanimously approved the agreement with Main Street Lexington to carry out the small business grant program. I drafted an agreement that is also in your packet, and we worked very closely with Rebecca Logan at Main Street Lexington and Bruce Summers at the IDA. Just like to recognize both of them for their many hours of work with Jim and I in order to make this happen. So very grateful for their partnership. The city schools allocation, we had made the determination to, originally city schools were allocated at 10% and city facility modifications at 15%. made the determination to split the difference there at 12.5% apiece. This stemmed from the schools seeking some additional funding to cover expenses that they would require in order to reopen in August. And those are broken down as follows: $67,700 for technology for distance learning. This would be what we would contribute to the schools, and they're planning to match the entirety of their 52,000 separate CARES funding allocation for schools towards this procurement of tablets and charging carts in order to accommodate remote instruction. Additionally, they've identified $46.40 in public health expenses. So hand sanitizer again, sanitizer stations, thermometers, face masks, etc. They do have 8,864 remaining, and these are for future needs they have identified but not yet obtained price quotes for. This would be for fogger backpacks, additional cleaning supplies as needed, face shields for employees, and additional technology as they navigate the challenging task of reopening schools this coming August. City facilities modifications at 12.5%. 44,766 of this is for touchless bathroom fixtures that will be installed in all city facilities bathrooms. Additionally, 32,859 for automated doors. These are automated exterior doors that are being in the process of being installed currently. They are installed at City Hall, and Public Works staff is now working at other locations as well. And additionally, a part of this was a request from RARA to replace a bay door motor that had gone bad at the Piovano building. They've seen a lot of demand for their services in recent months, and that we believe this will help their operations tremendously, ease a lot of burden for them. There's still about $3,500 remaining in this allocation. We're currently investigating some pricing for ionizing filters for HVAC systems. There's a lot of information out that with the disease being transmitted so readily through the air and through moisture droplets, that this is an effective technology in mitigating COVID transmission. The nonprofit allocation to the Community Foundation at 10%. This has been fully assigned. Jim had asked me to draft another agreement to work with Community Foundation in order to get this money to them for local nonprofits. We do have an agreement in place with them. I've emailed back and forth with Lori Turner, their executive director, a number of times. Again, the agreement is in place. There's been some minor modifications to the draft that is in your packet, excuse me, namely adding housing as a specific eligible nonprofit for this funding. And additionally, and lastly, contingency at 10%. This is currently unassigned. Our goal is to utilize the allocations and then see where we can use this contingency to cover overages or support any of the other allocations. We have received word that the state is going to kind of start putting feelers out to localities around October 1st on any remaining CARES funding amounts. Additionally, we received some guidance from the U.S. Treasury as of late that the hard and fast December 30th deadline, where we originally thought money would have to be fully spent, is now only a deadline for costs to be incurred. So performance or delivery on goods and services made, not actually money spent. So that eases up that deadline for finding allocations for these funds. But again, any other questions, I'll be happy to take them on where we stand with CARES funding and any of these allocations that you see on the spreadsheet in front of you.
Members of council have any questions relative to the report?
I'm happy to hear that the money doesn't have to be spent, only allocated, I guess, is something I raised a meeting or two ago. So I'm glad there was a change of heart on that matter. So thanks for bringing us up to date on that.
Certainly, no problem.
Jake, IDA, Main Street Lexington and staff and all the coordination for allocating and putting these dollars to work, and look forward to seeing the good work it'll do in our community. So thank you all for that productivity.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is City Attorney. We have the need to confirm our emergency declaration and meeting.
Right. Just before that, I'll just remind everyone that next Thursday we have a hearing in the city versus unknown heirs, the water tower on Enfield Road, that court case. Hopefully we'll have an attorney for one of the other parties present, and we'll get a schedule moving forward. So that will be next Thursday. Other than that, the only thing I have is a reminder about recertifying the emergency ordinance, which does not tie us to doing the electronic meetings, but it allows us to do so. So there's no harm. I don't think there's any harm in passing this. And if we choose to meet in person sometime between now and when it expires, we can certainly do that. So with that said, I'll go ahead and read. We would just need a motion to recertify the emergency ordinance to effectuate temporary changes in certain deadlines and to modify public meeting and public hearing practices and procedures to address continuity of operations associated with pandemic disaster.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. And Jared, what will the expiration be on that?
Would be 60 days from tonight before we need to recertify, or we'll need to recertify within 60 days. But the actual expiration is 6 months, which I believe will be sometime in September.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, ask for a roll call vote. Ms. Hentz?
Aye.
Mr. Ayers?
Aye.
Mr. Ziegler?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Strawn?
Aye.
Ms. Alexander?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, City Attorney. And look forward to an update on the court case as that progresses. Thank you again. New business is the next item on the agenda, an update on the status of the cemetery and street names. At our last meeting, Council directed staff to research. You saw the city manager's recommendation in your packet, and have asked the city attorney to speak to the legal pieces and process for addressing the idea of changing the name of the cemetery or potentially the street names.
So on that, I'll start with the streets because that's in some ways easier. The distinction being the council has the authority to rename streets by resolution, which can be made by motion at any point, including potentially tonight's. You can make the motions to rename the streets. From the city's perspective, that would carry the day. The streets would be renamed. There are some issues with the post office having some level of approval, but I think that's sort of a formatting name or sort of a technical approval, not any sort of substantive approval. So the street names are straightforward. The cemetery name, by contrast, is by ordinance. So it's a little bit of more of a process since it is an ordinance. And that was done back in 1949 when the city accepted the donation from Lexington Presbyterian Church. And we've talked about it in months past about the perpetual care fund and the trust agreement and that kind of thing. That was really 90% of the ordinance that was passed was accepting the gift with those conditions. But included in that ordinance, accepting that with those conditions, included the naming the cemetery as Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. So to change the name, we would actually have to pass an ordinance. Legally, the only requirement for that is that the ordinance has to be published at least 7 days before the meeting at which it's considered. But our typical practice for ordinances is to hold a public hearing and allow the public to comment on the substance of the new ordinance. I think last meeting we had the changes to the dangerous dog ordinance, and technically a public hearing was not required. But on that and most, if not all, of the other ordinances we've changed, there has been a public hearing allowed, so that is not technically required under either the charter or the city code. So the bottom line is the streets could be done by resolution at any time. The cemetery has to be changed by an ordinance, which requires publication at least 7 days before the meeting at which it's considered. And I would recommend holding a public hearing and keeping with prior practice when an ordinance is changed. But there's no limit. Obviously, the ordinance that we publish would have to include the proposed name, but there's no sort of limits on what that name can be. The actual substance of the name is entirely within council's discretion. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You're muted, Frank.
Thank you, Chuck. I don't hear any questions. Members of council have any questions? If no questions, what is the spirit of council?
I'm very appreciative of all of the public comment the last couple of meetings. You know, you'll recall maybe that back in February 20th, we had a joint meeting with the Cemetery Advisory Board as we talked about the cemeteries, both Evergreen and Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, because we're evaluating a master plan, because as City Council, we are stewards of the public amenity, which is our two public cemeteries. And we're doing a master plan to make sure that they continue to have capacity and continue to be able to serve the residents of Lexington and Rockbridge County in perpetuity. And you'll maybe recall that at the end of that meeting, I did ask, since I have been hearing feedback for years from city residents, I asked if there was any thought if the name was controversial and if that kept individuals from even considering it as a public final resting place for them or for a loved one. And of course, it probably wasn't the time for the meeting, for that conversation, and so we didn't pursue it. And then a few weeks later, the COVID-19 was introduced into our vocabulary, and that was 4.5 months ago, and it seems like it was 4.5 years ago. And so national events, circumstances, obviously the murder of George Floyd has led the country to reassess again a lot of memorials and statues. And quite honestly, it was a grassroots movement in Lexington from a lot of people that put this on our agenda tonight after having 3 dozen comments last meeting and probably 5 dozen tonight. And so I heard a lot of really interesting comments. I heard a lot of, I had, people that opposed the renaming of the cemetery, concerned about tourism, concerned about erasing history. But I appreciate the tone in which they all expressed their opinions. And, when I think about history in Lexington, and hearing the phrase erase it, I think about Lexington being 2.5 square miles. That's how big Lexington is. And within Lexington, we have the Lee Chapel Museum. We have the VMI Museum, which is in the basement of Jackson Memorial Hall. We have the Marshall Museum. We have the Miller's House Museum. We have the Stonewall Jackson House, which is essentially a museum. W&L is going to construct their Museum of Institutional History. And of course, we have an active Rockbridge Historical Society. Additionally, beyond that, within our 2.5 square mile city, there are 15 locations that are already on the National Register of Historical Places, 15 within the city limits. That's tremendous. So personally, I am not, as a steward of of a public city resource, the potential renaming of a public cemetery, I do not consider erasing history. And I'm confident that that tourists that are drawn to Civil War history will, as many individuals shared, will utilize a map, the internet, GPS to find Jackson's tomb, and that the name of the cemetery could be more inclusive, and that will not have a long-term impact on individuals who are drawn to Civil War history. My research, a lot of folks have talked about Jackson and his feeling towards slavery. And some individuals tonight actually stated that Stonewall Jackson disliked slavery. A lot of folks, of course, shared that he fought for the purpose of continuing slavery. And I came across a couple stories. I reread and listened to Jesse Nadler's story from 2 years ago, and I spent a lot of time on the Stonewall Jackson House website, and I learned something. Here I am. I've lived in Lexington for 20 some years, and I went to Washington and Lee, and I live within a stone's throw of Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, and I continue to learn, and I'll admit that. And so I learned the names of his 6 slaves that he owned that were part of his net worth. And I learned the name Emma. And I can't now forget the name Emma, because Stonewall Jackson bought Emma when she was 4 years old. And he bought her as a gift for his wife. And I can't unlearn that. So I have a hard time. I have a hard time having a public resource that we are stewards of, that we want to be inclusive, memorializing General Jackson. I have no problem with his tomb there. No problem at all. Everyone deserves a final resting place. And I feel that there are hundreds of individuals buried in Stonewall Jackson Cemetery that are loved and meaningful to their families, and they should not be overshadowed by one individual. So those are my thoughts.
I have a few remarks to make. So tonight I was prepared, I am still prepared to vote to change the name of Stonewall Jackson Cemetery, now the ordinance. Just because simply it's the right thing to do. The name of the cemetery has been bothering me since this past May, after I read an NPR WRMA article and its accompanying radio spot from June 3rd, 2016, titled "Racial Segregation Survives Death." And until I read this article, I'm embarrassed to say, even after some of our council meeting discussions, as David just alluded to, back in February, I never thought about the cemetery's name, and I buried my husband there two and a half years ago. So never thought about the cemetery's name, and if our Black community had any loved ones buried in Stonewall Jackson Cemetery. And after asking around, we know Black people who were given, I put quotation, given a plot during brigade. The fact is, as long as the name remains Stonewall Jackson Cemetery, it will continue. And you need to ask yourself, if I were Black, would I want to bury my loved one in a cemetery memorializing a Confederate general, Stonewall Jackson? The obvious answer is no, and I find that very wrong. Then with the horrific death of George Floyd, and then hearing Black community speak in Richardson Park a month ago about their pain, frustration of years and years of social injustice, disparities in education, healthcare, and economic opportunity, and names of institutions, public places, and monuments memorializing Confederate generals. These events further convinced me that we need to start making changes now. While it may take a generation or more to see Black community members buried in the cemetery, I think changing the name is a start to healing and promoting unity in Lexington. To those who are in favor of keeping the name, I ask you to listen to the audio videotape of the Richardson Park event. Listen to our members of our community who spoke that day. Listen with an open heart. Please hear and see our Black neighbors tell their stories and experiences growing up in Lexington. And then go to the Rockbridge Historical Society's webpage. I really commend Eric Wilson and the Historical Society for putting up a real trove of information and great reading about the history. I didn't know anything. I mean, I learned a lot. A lot of it was very disturbing to read. So please read that and get educated about the Black community's history in Lexington. I challenge you afterwards to look them in the eye and tell them you want to keep the name Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery.
Mayor Friedman, would you like us to continue with comments or wait till after a vote?
We don't have a motion on the floor. It's really council's will, and I welcome the comments, thoughtful and heartfelt. If somebody would like to also make a motion, we could certainly continue on with discussion after that as well.
I'm happy to make a motion to tonight to make the decision that we will rename the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. I'd like to leave it at that, and that be the motion, because I will accept friendly amendments if we will be the committee to work on the name, or if we will appoint a committee. But I would like to have the motion on the floor that we will rename Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery.
Second.
Okay.
Have a motion, and Ms. Alexander with a second.
I just have a couple things to say about this. One, I wholeheartedly support making this move now and affirmatively making the decision to change the name of the cemetery. I'm on the tourism board, and so in the past I've been sensitive to arguments that changing the names of stuff like this might hurt our tourism. But I thought about it and I realized that it really is immaterial whether it does or does not. If it's the right thing to do, it's the right thing to do. And beyond that, the reality is that tourism, that heritage tourism, the interested in the Confederacy, there will always be people interested in that, but that, to be quite frank, is a waning interest, and there will always be people interested in it, but it is not as popular a pursuit as it was 10 years ago. I mean, if you talk to the folks at Stonewall Jackson House, they'll tell you that their traffic is down by at least 50% in the last 10 years. So that is the trend. And by keeping it Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, in a way, we're kind of foreclosing other tourists from coming to our area. So, you know, even if it does hurt tourism at a minor point now, in the long run, it moves us in the right direction. And so I'm ready for that move. I'm also ready to have the signs saying Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery come down now or as soon as practical. But then the question becomes, what are we going to call that cemetery? And I guess our two options are to keep that decision within City Council, because ultimately it is our responsibility, or to appoint a committee to consider that question. And I had previously thought a committee was the right way to go, but I do feel a sense of urgency in making this decision and getting beyond this decision. And my worry is if we appoint a commission, then that's going to add several months to this entire process. And ultimately, it is our final decision. We're the ones that have to decide what we're going to name that cemetery. I mean, if we appointed a commission and God forbid they come back with Bodie McBoatface as the thing, obviously we're going to have to step in and change that. So I feel like we need to own this decision and not foist it off on a different party. And also, I believe that we can get more community participation if we invite our citizens to give us recommendations. What do they think we should call the cemetery? I think that we might get a broader input than if we just said, okay, let's appoint 5 people. So that would be my preference.
I guess, first of all, I want to thank everyone for participating in this. I think having these open, honest discussions in the community are very cathartic, and it's the first step in overcoming our racial inequities in our community. As was stated by some of the letters that we read, the vision for the city of Lexington, as stated in the city strategic plan, is to be an inviting, open-minded, and welcoming city. Lexington has 2 cemeteries that should be welcoming to all people, whether as a final resting place, green space for peaceful reflection, or historical site for better understanding the histories of our area and the nation. As David alluded to, in 2017 and 18, the Lexington Cemetery Board commissioned a master plan for both Lexington cemeteries with the goal of keeping these cemeteries alive and viable as burial options for the next generation. Currently, Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery has 10 to 15 years of ground internment space remaining, and Evergreen has approximately 5 years based on current rates of burial. It is the Cemetery Board and City Council's intent for both our cemeteries to benefit future generations and serve our entire community. As we have heard from many today, the name Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery is not welcoming to all. The renaming of the cemetery in 1949 to memorialize Stonewall Jackson is neither the original intent of the cemetery nor reflective of our vision for our city. The name implies a false history and an incongruous future for the cemetery. It became a memorial to a single person when we should remember all who rest there. It is time to bridge the histories of our 2 sister cemeteries and to make Lexington an inviting, open-minded, and welcoming city by renaming the cemetery on Main Street. And to me, I feel strongly about the bridging the history of the 2 sister cemeteries. And for that reason, I would actually prefer to appoint a committee to make a recommendation to City Council, because I really want to understand the history of both cemeteries and how they relate to each other, and come up with a name that reflects that and doesn't memorialize one person, but remembers everybody who is buried there. That would be my preference for moving forward.
Thank you, Leslie.
Times like this, I like to remind myself of our roles and responsibilities as council members. So I think it's helpful to help us maintain clarity and purpose. And the city council, this is directly from the city website, city council is the legislative and policy-making body of the city. It is composed of 6 residents who are elected at large, and one of the responsibilities that is assigned to city council is establishing policies and measures to promote the general welfare of the city and safety and health of its residents. That's pretty concise of what our mission is. And also in the city council handbook, one of our responsibilities is to provide community leadership. Council members will be offered many opportunities, both as a whole and individually, to take a visible role in interacting with and engaging the community, and to show public support for the city's various initiatives and programs. Some examples of this include participating in and encouraging community involvement in strategic planning efforts, volunteering at events, and sitting on various appointed boards. The council members have an important role in interacting with the community, listening to wishes of constituents and communicating the city's vision and goals. And I think that speaks to Leslie's points there. During my term on city council, I've served on planning commission, I've served on the tourism board, I've served on Main Street Lexington boards, I've served on the original Main Street Lexington board, the Lexington Downtown Development Association. I've served on the Historic Lexington Foundation board. So I've seen a lot of things and I've heard a lot of things, and those experiences on those boards and commissions, as well as performing my duties as a city council person, provide invaluable experience from so many different areas to help us and help me along as a council person when we have issues that face us like this. The conversation about the Evergreen Cemetery is, I think, should be included in the conversation of what to do with the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. But I think it's safe to say, after hearing all the comments this evening, and thank you all who have submitted those, when you peel all the layers away, and when you get to the root of what we're discussing, Jackson was memorialized in Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery as a general, as a Confederate Army officer, and defending the memorialization of that in the times that we live, I have a real hard time doing. And I would support moving forward with the renaming of the cemetery for that reason. Additionally, for that reason, by I guess allowing or keeping the signs present as they are continues to send the message that I think that the city does not want to send, that is memorializing Stonewall Jackson the way that the city has. It goes against, I think, the principles of what this city and this council uphold and maintain. So there you are.
Thank you, Chuck. Ms. Alexander.
Thank you. Thank you. As the only Black person on this council, I guess my comments will be more personal than some of the others. But, and one would think that I would immediately jump on the idea of changing the name of the sign at the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery, but initially not so much. I thought only about the fact that it's just that, it's a cemetery. The final resting place of loved ones of so many Lexington area families, no matter who they were. And I wrestled with the fact that the plots are privately owned and purchased by families. So that I wrestled with all of that in thinking about the families who are involved in this or who may feel affected by this. But please know this too, that there are Black citizens who may not be concerned about this, as well as Black citizens who are concerned about this. And then there are those who just want to keep peace, to just prevent the anxiety that we experienced and endured 9 years ago. My initial reaction was from a place of respect for a cemetery, respect for the deceased, no more than that, no less than that. And I guess it was just because of the way that I was raised. See, I grew up here under the Jim Crow era. And it seems like the only history of Lexington that I knew was of Stonewall Jackson and Robert E. Lee. And imagine being Black and growing up surrounded by a confusing history of white men hailed as heroes, but they enslaved my ancestors. And yes, both of them owned slaves, and they both fought in a war that was all about preserving that, the institution of slavery. Growing up here, it was a confusing growth, a defeating growth, and a feeling that was ingrained in me and probably so many other Black people that have lived here, that the white people of Lexington held their heroes in reverence. So therefore, that meant to me that Lexingtonians must have revered slavery. Therefore, in their eyes, I must be a second class or a third class citizen. Confusing. So in thinking back, that is why so many things took place that I heard about in my family that I also experienced. And one of those was my grandmother, who looked very much white and could go get ice cream in the drugstore, and she would be greeted by name. But there was an occasion when she took my 5-year-old sister, who was just a little bit darker than she was, and she accompanied her there one day. And my grandmother was asked, whose child did she have with her? My grandmother responded that it was her granddaughter. And the shocked woman behind the counter turned beet red, so I'm told. Their faces met, but nothing else was said. Nothing else needed to be said. My grandmother did not purchase anything that day. She walked out and never, ever to return. So, and that also must be why some of the elderly ladies that, elderly white ladies that I would respectfully hold a door for when going into a store or entering a building treated me as though I was expected to hold that door, because they never looked back, they never smiled, they never parted their lips to say thank you, nor did they respond to my hello. But I did get that distance that they gave. They distanced themselves and they held their purses tighter and had their nose in the air. So those are the types of experience that I and many others have had. In addition, even as recent as in the 80s, looking at real estate for sale in one of Lexington's neighborhoods, I was startled when driving through that there was a man with an angry look on his face who ran out of his house, jumped in his car behind us, and tailed us all the way through that neighborhood, all the way downtown, until we either lost him or he gave up when we turned to go on to from Main Street onto Diamond. But his message was loud and clear to me, and I'll never forget it. And it's also why I grew up realizing those symbols that we see, what they can do to your psyche. Those symbols of intimidation, of dominance, of superiority, of being supreme. Why did I feel like I had to accept those symbols of the institution of slavery? Why did I feel like there was no need to really say anything? Why did I feel like there would be so little support if I did say something? Why was there such complacency on the outside, but an irritation that fueled my soul to the core? Worse yet, could those feelings of complacency cause complacency in other important matters? What I knew for sure was my truth, and my efforts would have been futile and surely a result of attacks and threats. I've been there, done that. And we remember 9 years ago. It was not until I went off to college that I formally was introduced to Black history for the first time in my life. And it was like opening an entire new world, a thirst for learning everything, finally coming full circle to have a better sense of self, discovery of truth rather than a suppression of truth, a thirst for more, and a validation that there is a place for us in this world, and that we should not have to leave Lexington to find that out. And I mean it when I say to our Black and brown young people, you may be whatever you resolve to be. And note, I know now that that passage was not by Stonewall Jackson, but it was by Reverend Joel J. Hawes. So I have had those hard life experiences, but I know that there are many others who had experiences much worse than mine. So I challenge those people who are listening that if you are offended by the Black Lives Matter movement, that it's not about only Black lives that matter. Yes, of course, all Black lives matter, but it's a genuine concern about the systemic racism that causes Black lives to be extinguished daily just for breathing, sleeping, eating, watching TV, driving, walking, talking, all the while by being Black. Those things are taken for granted by many in this country. And then there are those who are offended when it's said that the Civil War was about slavery. It was about other things, but it was about slavery. Yes, it was about states' rights to abolish current laws in order to preserve slavery. And it was an opportunity to expand to the West, but to take slaves with them. So I challenge you to put yourselves in the shoes of a Black person living in the South with Confederate flags waving, being yelled the N-word and more, getting used to being followed around in stores when thinking that you're going to steal something. And when your teenagers start driving, you know, these things we take for granted, that when our children start driving and then they want to take a drive out of town, they want to explore more, they want to go to Roanoke or they want to go to Stanton or farther, you fear for their lives just as though that child was going to go off to war. That should not be. And I could go on, but I know everybody wants to go home tonight and people that are at home want to go to bed. But with all of that being said, I look at this whole issue from a different perspective, that the activism of our young people today and what we've been hearing from them for weeks now helped me to realize that changing the name on that sign that I have passed by for 67 years, it's not for my benefit. It's not for my peers, Black or white. It's too late for all of that, but it's for the benefit of those young people that have been speaking out. It's benefit for my children, my grandchildren, and all of our grandchildren and more for generations to come, so that their lives are not in any way negatively affected by the vestiges of an ugly past based on a heritage that included hate, the brutal reality of enslavement and the tentacles that have now generated from that, which are labeled the KKK and over 150 other hate groups in America. That is the ugly result of the Confederate heritage. The community has rallied not only to challenge us on our signage and our symbols, but our council should look forward to the changes of additional substance because systemic racism affects every facet of life. This community is now rising up in a big way to improve diversity in our knowing about our history, diversity in employment, entrepreneurship, homeownership, education, and more. Those sustainable changes that help level the playing field in Lexington. These are exciting times, guys, and the group is looking forward to reporting to council about the progress being made to affect positive changes, additional positive changes that will sustain us for years to come. So depending on the action that's taken tonight and hopefully moving forward, I hope that people will take some time to reflect and resolve to be a part of solutions so that we can give all of our children a better chance at a more perfect union. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. I've long said that one of the treats for me and serving on council and formerly on the school board is having also grown up in Lexington from second grade on. My lens is a little bit different lens of Lexington. And I'm grateful to you for helping me to see a lens of Lexington that I can't know. So I'm grateful for your remarks. I'm grateful for your leadership, and I'm grateful for your passion in helping us all to see what the future can look like. The big question before council, I think, continuously is, what do we want Lexington to be about? And specifically, with a lot of discussion tonight, how can we lift up all citizens, especially our brothers and sisters of color in our community? All in the name of not reaching a perfection, but to steal the words or borrow them from you, to work towards a more perfect union for us all to be respectful and kind and loving. With that said, we have a motion to change the name of the Stonewall Jackson Memorial Cemetery. It's been seconded, and we've had quite a bit of discussion. Any further discussion from members of council?
Yeah, I have one other comment. I think that motion to change the name, if we could amend it, we're going to change the name by ordinance, but I think we need to put a deadline into it, like a motion to change the name by September 3rd or November. You know, I'm flexible as to what. I just feel like we need to have a date certain on that, so that we're moving in that direction.
Not to disrupt, but my sense is there's a little bit of discussion on the process and how you would get there, whether it would be council or a committee. So it may be appropriate for another motion after this one's been tended to, not necessarily to modify this one, but to have another motion of how that process will unfold with a date in the future.
Okay, sounds good.
Any other questions or call for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. David?
Aye. Aye.
Got 2 for 1 there.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Hentz?
Aye.
Ms. Strawn?
Aye.
Mr. Ayers?
Aye.
Ms. Alexander?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. I think there's been a suggestion of a committee, a suggestion of the council being a committee. Ask what's your pleasure?
I would like to make a motion that we form a committee at our next meeting by taking applications and deciding at our next meeting who that committee will be, to research and to recommend a name to council by October 1st.
Not to provoke
I'd be
anyone.
more aggressive than that personally.
Pardon?
I'd like to move the timeline up a little bit there. If we're naming,
August, September.
if we're naming the,
You can move it up if you, yeah, if I think a committee can get, I think if we name the committee in July, towards the end of July, August, September, you can move it up. I'm open to, well, there's no second yet, but I'm open to amending that date to push it sooner, but I think we should be able to get it done by October 1st, the latest.
For Robert's rules, if somebody was interested in seconding the motion, it would necessitate that discussion.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Michelle. David, do you have a friendly amendment or date that you'd like to see? You muted yourself.
yeah, I think I would like to, October 1st just seems way out there, 3 months away. And so I would like to move a little bit quicker than that personally. But again, you know, if it's not possible, if we want to allow for a research by the committee to take suggestions, and they have to meet via Zoom and so on. If that's what it needs to be, I'm just sharing it at 12:38 on Friday morning that I'd like to get this done.
I would make the observation, council can, when they, assuming that we go through the process with appointing a committee, I don't know if Leslie used this language, but no later than October 1st might be a modification. There's no, they can come back July 20th, for instance, if they're able to do the research and meet and come to a sound recommendation from that standpoint. But to comply with Dennis's request, want to have a checkpoint.
I don't want to get lost in comprehensive plan meetings. I just would like to, we've taken an important step tonight, and I believe that a committee, once we appoint them, they're not going to be starting from scratch, I would think. I mean, they will be folks that are familiar with Lexington, and they'll have the guidance and advice from probably the Historical Society. They'll bring their own experience to it. Just 1 October just seems really far out there. 1 September could be, I think that's possible. That's 8 weeks from now and 6 weeks after we appoint the committee. Personally, I think that's possible. I just think 1 October is pretty long.
I agree. I think we can easily accomplish this by September 1st, Labor Day. I would hope a committee could be formed, easily in the next couple of weeks. It shouldn't take more than a month, really, to have that committee, a few meetings, and decide on a name, and then we can vote for it maybe in that last meeting, first meeting in September,
To Dennis's point, and I've shared with others, I guess, in the earlier parts of this process, I'm not a big fan of committees. I think this council has the experience and the wherewithal and the drive to be able to handle the undertaking of signing a new name to the cemetery ourselves. Trying to find a committee, trying to go through that process when I think we're making it too complicated, and would prefer that the undertaking of the new name fall to this council, because as Dennis pointed out, we do have the final decision on what that name is going to be.
I too feel that this is something that council should do. I believe that that's what we were elected to do, to make those tough choices and hard decisions. In addition to having council be the committee, we could still take recommendations from the public as to what the name should be, to incorporate their recommendations in our discussion.
I just hope we'll make the time to have in-depth discussions about it. It will take, I think it will take some time if we truly, my hope is that we truly elevate both cemeteries in this process and bridge them. And so if council's willing to take the time to do research and a lot more public comment, that's fine. I'm just not sure with everything else going on, we can dedicate that amount of time to it and do it well. I feel better because some of the public comment as well recommended a diverse committee, and but I guess we can get that feedback from people without setting up a separate committee.
Yeah, I feel like we would get more community involvement and participation if we didn't do a committee, because if we do, then that's just 5 people we're listening to. But if we say, we invite citizens to let us know what they think, that we might get a broader cross section of our community that way, and I would feel more comfortable going that route.
I mean, I get comments from people who don't want a committee. So we get both sides of this coin. And I still go back to, that's what we were elected to do. And we were also elected to listen to our public. And this is certainly their opportunity to tell us what they feel. And if we had a committee, were you envisioning that they would get recommendations from the public?
Very much so. I definitely see that as being part of it. And I think they may be that might be a better venue when your sole purpose of your meeting is to look at this issue. You have more time to consider it. And that's my worry, is that if we're going to accept public comment on this issue, plus all of our other business, I'm just worried we are not going to devote the time that we should to the question. But
I would submit, going back to the comments that I shared earlier about our roles and responsibilities are as council persons. And it's our job to do what we're supposed to do. And that civic engagement and listening to what our constituents prefer us to do is important now as ever. One comment came across my desk, well, let's put it to a referendum. And that's not our role as council to have issues like this submitted as items of referendum. I think we can accomplish this within 60 days without too much trouble. We have work sessions all the time. We get public input all the time. I think using a committee as a filter for that does a little disservice to the people that want to have their voices heard.
And you're referencing as a filter. I'll just defend it and then I'll move on. And if that's how you want to go, that's fine. You're saying it as a filter. I'm saying it as doing more in-depth research than I think we have the time of doing, and gathering all the public comment. I mean, we use committees all the time to do that. The Planning Commission, the Cemetery Board, for these different things. I think this would be a separate committee that would put in the time to do this right. I know I have ideas of what I'd like. I don't feel like I'm the most imaginative person in the city. I think having people who are kind of experts in this area look at it and take the public comment and do some thoughtful research and then give us a recommendation. I think we could possibly get a better product. But if everybody's willing to put in the time it takes, considering it's almost 1 o'clock right now, to come up with a name.
And one thing, just as a point of clarification, Ms. Alexander, there was something you said that made me feel compelled to remind everybody, if you in fact appoint a committee, they're not under a cloak of darkness. They are just an extension of you. So every meeting would be advertised and available to the public. So it wouldn't be anything clandestine, but what I heard Leslie say is perhaps in the request from several of the people is that you would have people of color that would be involved in the naming of the Stonewall Jackson, to have you not carry the torch of being the lens for your community. You do a terrific job, but having some other folks involved from the Black community could make some sense at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, even if I were on the committee or not on the committee, I would be engaging the community to participate in whatever the process is.
Right. Well, we have a motion and a second to create a committee to report back no later than October 1st. Is that correct? Very good. Any further discussion? And we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Ziegler?
We have 3 individuals that have already said they don't want a committee, right? Dennis, Chuck, Marilyn, Michelle did you mention, Michelle, if you were interested in a committee? I think you're muted.
You're muted.
Committee or no committee, the most important thing is those public input. How, if that's through a committee or just through us, that's fine. I'm more interested in having that date changed to September 1st.
And I think it'd be easier to change that date without the committee. I think the committee is going to set us back time-wise.
I agree with you, Dennis. So I guess we're doing a roll call vote. So I'm going to vote nay on this motion.
Ms. Strong,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Nay.
Mr. Ayers,
Nay.
Ms. Hentz,
Nay.
Ms. Alexander.
Nay.
That's defeated 5-1. Any other action that council would like to take tonight?
Well, I think just to invite the public to give us their recommendations, what they think the cemetery should be called, and we really ask that we hear from them.
With no time frame and no process, really? I mean,
In light of the time and in light of the vote, I would suggest that council may want to schedule a work session to solicit feedback on the name of the cemetery. Which be glad to work with the city manager to organize. I think we have the 16th of July and August 1st already occupied. Or we could have a special called meeting. Doesn't have to be before one of our council meetings. But would council like to that format?
I'd like to set a date of 1 September. We all know though that we can, if we vote 1 September and we need a little bit more time, we have the ability to give ourselves more time. But I would like to send that message that that we're going to dive into this and set a 1 September date, and that we start with an online submission, information, that individuals can start providing feedback that we can review to start that process of the intake of information as soon as reasonable, that we can create that online submission form of ideas or thoughts.
What is this reasonable to propose a work session before our second meeting in August with the intent of delivering a name of the new cemetery/cemeteries for our first meeting in September? I think it establishes a timeline, and it establishes some organization, establishes process, and I think it gives us enough time to do the right thing, but without extending it out too far per David's concern.
And it can be a standing agenda item, just like CARES Act funding is, that we're going to be talking about that for the next few months. That if there's information to share with the public or a discussion that needs to even just sharing of ideas during our regular council meetings in July and August, I mean, we can do that. But I think what's important is setting a date, making a mode available for individuals to provide us feedback and information as soon as possible.
I think submissions to the city manager's office and/or opportunities during public comment during our city council meetings should provide enough of an avenue for those comments to come through maybe we don't need a work session in August. We can just make it part of the council agenda.
Marilyn, you're muted.
I would suggest that with these work sessions that they're a little earlier than 7 so that we will have more time than 50 minutes to talk through what we need to.
We can organize them anytime you'd like, as long as you'd like, as evidenced by 12:53 this evening, rolling from Thursday to Friday. What I'm hearing, council, if there are objections, please raise them now, but the council would like to receive input effective immediately for suggestions for names of the cemetery to be received by the city manager / Janie. And council will work towards considering it with announcing a name, working through the details in the city council meetings in the next July and August, with a pronouncement perhaps at our September 3rd meeting. It doesn't reach your goal of September 1st, David, but that is our first meeting.
Works for me. I just think it's a good to set an aggressive goal, so because folks can get their information to us and we can jump into this.
One thing I would like to suggest to adjust a little bit, that instead of sending suggestions by email, that something is set up online where people that's set up specifically for this, so that Janie's not trying to grab all of the comments from various different sources. Does that make sense? That she sets up
Like an
responding to that one site.
Yeah, like a Survey Monkey, just keep it
Yes.
short and simple. And I would ask that a name and location be part of the submission.
Name and location of.
Are you a Lexington resident, or, you know?
A valid submission has a name and address of who submitted the recommendation. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe not a specific address to the concerns of anybody who submits, but city resident, not city resident, and from there, city and state, I think is adequate. Somebody, Penny the Goat, signed one of the other petitions that were submitted for our consideration this evening, so that gives you an idea of what I'm trying to avoid.
Now, the research piece of it that we should be doing, I don't think that we should depend on staff to have to do all of that. So do we need to be reaching out to various sources to obtain this information ourselves?
Yep, we don't have a committee, then we have to do it ourselves.
I don't have a problem doing the research that convinces or helps me come to a determination of what the name should be. I think we all have our own expectations of what we should be doing for ourselves to come to a decision.
Very good. Jim gave a okay sign, so we'll look for some response from Jim and affirmation from council in the coming week as to the process. If you can update us on the site and other details that you think would make it an efficient process for council. And what I'm hearing is council, do your homework, do your research, and come up with sufficient knowledge to have a forward-thinking name from that standpoint. Very good. Anything else to come before council this evening?
On the same topic, there were comments about including Evergreen Cemetery in the discussion. And I would like to add to that to include discussion of the first Black cemetery near City Hall to be added to that discussion, and the move from there to Evergreen to include that in the discussion.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. I'll throw it out one last time and then I'll stop saying it. Might be better to have a committee to research all this, but I think that's an excellent suggestion.
I also support the suggestion that you and Leslie have brought forward, but I hope that there can be greater clarity. Are you suggesting to have more information and research on the cemetery, or to potentially rename the Evergreen Cemetery?
No, not to potentially rename, but to understand the origins of all of them so that it will help lead toward a name that we're seeking.
Very good.
It's good to know our history.
Very good.
To help contextualize any or what name is ever brought forward is I guess what I'm hearing.
Absolutely.
Very good. Any other comments? If not, before we close, I'm usually stealing someone's words, and tonight I offer the words of Dorothy Canfield Fisher, an American author, and offer, "It is not good for all our wishes to be filled. Through sickness, we recognize the value of health. Through evil, the value of good. Through hunger, the value of food. And through exertion, as you've exemplified over the past several hours this evening, the value of rest. May you all have a restful night, a wonderful 4th of July holiday, and thank you for your commitment to our community and to our fellow citizens. And with that, we will stand adjourned. Happy 4th of July.
Thank you all.